Welcome to EdTech Live this morning. It seems that when it comes to EdTech, innovation seems to start very early in a Saturday morning. And given the number of people that got up early with us and joined us this morning, I think we have a lot of innovative minds out there. So welcome. I'm curious. I know that it's early Saturday morning for us, but I suspect for some of you out there, it's either really early Saturday morning or maybe not so early. And for some of you, it may not even be Saturday morning. So tell us where you are in the chat. Where are you? And what time is it for you? So for those of you joining EdTech for the very first time, let me tell you what we're all about. EdTech Live is an opportunity for you to join us virtually from anywhere around the world. Wherever it pleases you, all you need is a device, a Wi-Fi connection. We have it. We good? Oh, yeah, that'd be helpful. Okay. So welcome. We have a chat on the right side. If you cannot see the chat on the right side of your video, that means that you're not quite logged in. On the top right corner of your screen, you need to log in with a valid email. If you are in SciFair, you can use your SciFair account. If you're outside, you can use a Gmail or another Google account. The video will play for a 45-minute session. There's a 15-minute break for you to take care of your personal needs and sign up for the next session. We hope you join us for all 4 sessions today. Our sessions include from Jake Miller, who is going to be sharing with us the Google tips and tricks that he has to share. Then we have a session, second session is going to be on digital citizenship. Our third session is going to be on creating and sharing videos. And we're going to close today at the very end of the day with Tony Vincent, and he's going to show you how to make amazing documents and kind of up your game on how to make them look great. So welcome again. If you have not done your attendance verification, look in the chat window to the side of the video. There's a link there. In order for you to get PD credit, you have to do those steps where you log in or you click on the little link and you submit your information. You will get an email confirming that you have submitted your attendance verification. That will be something you need to hang on to. Next week, you'll get a certificate. If you're in our district, it'll be added to the My Learning portal for you. If you're out of our district, it'll be emailed to you. So if you don't get that email confirmation letting you know that you submitted correctly, that means you probably didn't enter in a valid email correctly. So just check on that. So Jake Miller is joining us this morning, and he is the creator of Educational Duct Tape podcast. And many of you are here this morning because you are avid followers of him. And he is today joining us virtually from Ohio. Hi, Jake, are you there?
Hi, I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning, Jake. So I understand you're going to be sharing with us some cheesy jokes along with your EdTech hacks.
Yeah, that's the truth. I researched some new ones last night. I was giggling at my dining room table looking up some new cheesy dad jokes for everybody.
Awesome. So you definitely have Google fans, and he's got what you want, right?
Yeah, it's the truth.
Awesome. So I see that you have a bunch of Post-it notes all over your back wall. Would you care to explain why they're all color-coded? Some of them are arrows. That looks really interesting.
Yeah, so even though I'm an EdTech nerd and we're going to talk about some like efficiency hacks using Google tools, I still do things that are paper-based sometimes. So this is a very analog representation of the book that I'm working on right now. So you're seeing the chapters of the Educational Duct Tape book right here behind you. Different or behind me, not behind you. Different colors mean different things. Some are stories, and some are about tech tools, and some are quotes. Yeah, that's how I mapped it all out. And what you can't see is it actually goes down there as well. It goes down to the floor down there. There's a lot of stuff happening up here.
Wow, is it going to be a long book then?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
All right, Jake, I think I'm going to leave this in your capable hands. Thank you for joining us this morning. It's a pleasure having you.
Yeah, it's great. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you.
All right, it's all yours.
So as she said, my name is Jake Miller, and we're going to talk today about some Google hacks, some Google tips, some things like that in a session I call Hackaroni and Cheese. So there's obviously two different things going on there. There's the hackaroni, so hacks, right? So talking about doing things efficiently with Google tools. And then there's the cheese. We'll have some fun. We'll tell some jokes. We'll goof around and be silly because it is Saturday morning, and you guys are also dedicated to be up right now doing this instead of in bed or sitting on the couch drinking coffee and watching TV or Netflix or something like that. You're actually learning and trying to do better things for your students, which is just amazing. So you deserve some cheesy jokes to go along with that too. So I'm going to share my screen here now so you guys can see what we're going to be talking about. So you can see some tricks to go along with it. Get that share button there. There we go. Okay, and you should have now, there, you should now have the presentation up on your screen there. Hackaroni and cheese, and you can see down at the bottom there is a link to those slides at jakemiller.net/hackaroni. Give everybody a second to make sure they see that up on their screen there. Okay, and so let's jump right into the cheesiness right now, right? We'll start off with a little joke right here. So this is a knock knock joke. So I've got to say knock knock. You know what you got to say? I can't hear you, but knock knock. Guys, do you really need to know who's there? I just introduced myself. I just got introduced. You should know my name already. Why when I say knock knock and why do you say who's there? You know who I am. My name is Jake. I already told you that. Speaking of my name, Jake Miller, I was, little known fact, named after Alexander Hamilton. Yeah, no, my name's not Alexander or Hamilton. I was just named after him. He was named first like 200 years ago, and then I was named. So I'm after Alexander Hamilton. There's the cheesy jokes. I'm really bringing it on the cheese right now, right? So as I mentioned, I am Jake Miller. You can find all my work at jakemiller.net. You can connect with me on any social media platform at Jake Miller Tech. And you could also follow everything that goes on with my podcast, the Educational Duct Tape Podcast, at eduducttape.com. And there again, you see that link to today's slides at jakemiller.net/hackaroni. But at this time, let's actually dive in to the actual content here. Let's start talking about some hacks, some things that Google maybe wasn't intended for you to do that'll make you more efficient in your classrooms. It'll help you do things that you need to do that maybe the tools weren't originally intended for you to be able to do, okay? By the way, before I actually dive into that, I've got to tell you, we're going to talk about some bookmarks today, and I have a story about bookmarks that it's a really sad story. This morning, my son got up and was reading a book, and I told him it was time to have breakfast, and he said, okay, can I have a bookmark? And I started crying. I was just so sad. My son, 10 years old, thinks my name is Mark. I was like, son, I've been telling you for 10 years my name is Jake. Stop calling me Mark. That's a really bad one. Speaking of bookmarks, though, let's talk about some Google Chrome hacks dealing with some bookmarks. So this first set of things are things that you might not realize you could do in Google Chrome to be a little more efficient, be a little more organized. And the first is, if you look at that bookmarks bar up along the top of your Chrome window, you might notice that your bookmarks take up a lot of space, those really long names, right? So let's talk about some ways to make that a little more efficient for us. And to make that a little more efficient, let's watch this edu GIF. You can call it a GIF if you want, but you're cooler if you call it a GIF, that I created here about how to save space in your Chrome bookmarks bar here. So you see when you click the star to bookmark something, it asks you what name you want to put in. Well, you can modify it and make it shorter, but did you know that you could actually take the entire name out and let that little favicon, that little logo in the top corner, become the logo? So if you look there in this GIF, you could see the Twitter logo, right? You could see the Google Drive logo. I don't need the word Twitter or the word Google Drive right there next to it. It tells me by what it is, right? Now, also, if it's something like a Google Doc, now it's not going to tell me, it's just a picture of a doc. So I could put an emoji in there to save a little bit of space. So you see here in this GIF, I replaced the word schedule with just a bell. So I know that's the bell schedule. Now I do it by hopping over to getomoji.com, or there's Emojipedia too. But depending on the device you're on, you might actually be able to type in an emoji. It just depends on knowing how your device works and how you might type in an emoji on that device. But you see how my bookmarks are now much smaller, giving me room for much more bookmarks. Now, even that, knowing a teacher, you know, you've got your grade books, you've got your teaching resources, you've got your formative assessment sites, you've got your learning management system, you've got your Drive and your docs and all that different stuff. That's a lot of bookmarks to have there on your computer screen. So even that, you're going to run out of room. So another tip to keep your Chrome bookmarks from taking up too much space and to really make use of that real estate is to use folders in your bookmarks bar. If you right click, you can click add folder and create a bookmarks folder. And then when you make a bookmark, as you see here, you can select a folder for it to be in. As you look there, there's Eric Kurtz's blog inside of that awesome EdTech folder. And you can see I can add multiple ones in there and rearrange them. You can do that when you're adding the bookmark or beforehand by right clicking and clicking add folder. And again, that lets you nest as many as you want into there. And sometimes I actually put multiple folders within that folder. So you could have folders within folders within folders. Get a little confusing, but it can also save you a lot of room. Okay. Also in Chrome, what if you accidentally close a tab that you need open? You're like, I didn't mean to close that one. I meant to close the other one. Well, there are two shortcuts, one that helps you close a tab easily and one that helps you reopen one that you closed. Okay. So the first one is Control or Command W. That closes the tab that you're currently on. The second one is Control or Command Shift T. That reopens the last tab you closed. So watch here as I go through this GIF. You see first I use Control W to close the tab. There it goes. And then I use Control Shift T to reopen the tab, and it pops right back open wherever I left off. And you could use it multiple times. So if you click it 2 times, you'll open the most recent tab you closed and the one right before it. If you click it 3 times, you'll open the most recent one, the one before it, and the one before it. And as you'll see at the end of this Edu GIF that's playing here, it actually will do a sets of tabs. If you close an entire window with 5 tabs in it and you click Control Shift T, it'll open them back up. You see those 2 pop open right there in that GIF. So that saves you that time of having to navigate back to that page or go to your history to figure out what that page was. Control Shift T. It's also a really nice hack in the classroom when you walk over to a student's desk and then you see them scramble to close a tab because they were playing a game while you were instructing them. Reach over to their computer and hit Control Shift T and you'll see open whatever that was that they just closed. And sometimes you're like, no, we don't want to play games of gotcha with the kids, but it is nice to be able to identify when things are going wrong so we could talk to the kids about what the appropriate behavior in that situation was. Now, it would look nice when we're copying and pasting if the text that we copy and paste wouldn't look like the web page it came from. You ever have that happen? You're doing some research, you copy something from a web page, you come over to where you're putting the research together and you paste it, and it's in like size 40 font and it's purple and it's italicized and it looks nothing like the rest of your document. So you have to highlight it and make it smaller and then make it black and then make it Arial or whatever font you're going with. Well, you can actually add one little button press to the way you paste to make that not even happen. So if I hit Control C, it copies. If I hit Control V, it pastes. And look at that formatting there, yuck. If I hit Control Shift V, it pastes it in the format of whatever destination I'm in. That works anywhere on the internet, not just in Google Docs. Anywhere you go, if you use Control Shift V when pasting, it'll get the formatting of the destination you're pasting in, your email, your doc, your presentation. I often use it actually moving between one section of a presentation and another. If my titles are one kind of font and my body is a different kind of font, and I need to move something from one spot to the other, I'll use Control Shift V to have it land in that same formatting. Control or Command if you're on a Mac, Shift V. So those are some Google Chrome shortcuts. Now let's talk about a different part of Google. Speaking of which, let's talk about Google Boats. Do you know where you park your Google Boats? Back in the day when Google for Education first started out, and I was trying to share with the staff that I worked with all about Google and how it could reinvent the way they're teaching in the classroom, I had one colleague who, in fun, would call out to me from down the hallway, "Hey Miller, where do you park your Google Boat?" And his answer was, "Your Google Doc." Boom. He was a dad, so he had dad jokes, of course. So let's do some Google Docs hacks now. So first up, what if we could take those things that we type in Google Docs that take us a long time to type, and we type them over and over and over again and make them faster? Like, let's say you make a lot of worksheets. I hope you don't make a lot of worksheets, but let's say you do. And at the top of every one, you have to type name, date, and period. Okay. Instead of typing name, date, and period every time, what if you could just type in NDP and automatically put the whole thing in? Wouldn't that be nice? Well, it's actually possible with Google Docs. You could use what their features that cause things to automatically update formatting or kind of spell checking kind of things like that, and actually use it as a hack to create an auto text trick in your Google Docs. So watch this. If you go to tools and then personal, I think it's in a personal dictionary. I missed it there when it showed up. But you can add in on the left what you'll type, and on the right what will appear in place of it. So on the left, if I type in hashtag LOL, let's say, I could have it replace it with the emoji of an LOL. And watch, as I type them in, they just pop up really quick. So again, tools and then preferences. That's what I missed there. And then the left is what you're going to type, and the right is what you want to replace it with. Really cool there. Now, one thing that I have problems with here is the formatting doesn't always work out just right. But if you get it to work just the way you want it to, you can save lots of time here. One weird thing is, watch when I type in JMT, it doesn't capitalize Jake Miller Tech. So it all comes in lowercase. I wish I could change that, but still, if it's a long chunk of text, this can save you a lot of time. You can do things like putting your address in there if you put your address in a lot of mailings and things like that. And you could just type in the word address and it would all pop up. It's nice to put in something on the left that you'll not normally type in your day-to-day typing, so that when you type it deliberately, it'll give you the thing on the right that you want to match it with. So you see there, THW, not something I'll type. So it'll replace it with today's homework is. And again, I hope maybe you're not using too much homework in your classes, but if you are, this is a great way to make it easier for you to type that in there. Okay, some more Google Docs hacks. It happens regularly, especially for me when I'm sharing stuff out there, that I get those notifications in my inbox that somebody is requesting access to a document I've shared with them. Well, the reason they have to request access is because I don't want to give them access to that doc. I want them to make a copy. You've probably experienced this with students you work with. You send it out there as can view and tell them, hey, make a copy of this document. And then they click on share and request access. And you get 20 emails saying, hey, could you share this with us? And you're like, no, I want you to make a copy. Well, there is a way to make that happen automatically. The way to make that happen automatically is just a little change to the URL address for the web page that you're sharing with them. So when you copy the text of that document that you're sending out there, you're going to take out part of the end and replace it with something else. Let's watch this GIF to see how we do it. So you see, I click share. Once it's shared as private, once it's shared as public or anyone with a link or can view, whatever it might be, I copy that URL right there. And then when I paste it, I take off the end, the part that says edit or view, and I replace it with the word copy. So starting from where it says edit or view, replace with the word copy. And then when the people see it, when they get it, they're automatically prompted to make a copy of your document instead of having to request access to view it. So they know immediately I'm making a copy. And then they won't even open up your version of the document. They'll open up their copied version. A really nice hack for when you want to make sure that people are using their own version of it. Now, there's some other hacks like that. A couple of them I'll share later in this session today too, but you can definitely research out there ways for it to come up as a preview, ways for it to come up as a PDF, ways for it to show as a template, all kinds of different stuff you could do with that little URL address in Google Docs. One thing people have problems with in Google Docs that they'll turn back to Microsoft Word for, which, by the way, it's okay with going back and using Microsoft Word. But one thing that people wish was different about Google Docs is some formatting things. They wish that they could more easily format different pictures and make like newsletters and things like that in Google Docs. People get frustrated about the way things look in Google Docs and some of the features in there. And one such feature is that it can be difficult to have text on both sides of an image, right? Like let's say you're making your newsletter and you want a picture in the center and then text on one side and text on the other side. And that can be difficult in Google Docs because what it actually does is it goes across the document. Let's watch in this GIF how it happens, and then I'll show you how to do it differently. So watch as I put in this GIF of the Noid and I start typing, you see how it goes across the image and then back down to the bottom and then across the image again, okay? So instead, we could put the image in a center column of a table and put our text on both sides and then make the table invisible. So I made the table border 0, or you can make it white, either one works, so that the text stays on the left and then a different chunk of text stays on the right. Think about the way things look in a newspaper. Let's watch it go through again there. See different chunks of text on either side. I made the table border 0, and now you can't even see the tables there. Again, alternatively, you can leave the table border as 1 or whatever, and just make it white so nobody could see it. So I put in the table, put the picture in the middle, put some text on the left, put some text on the right, resize it how I want, go to table properties and make the table border 0 or white, either way. And then it'll look like the text is on the left and the right side of the picture. Another formatting issue that people have in Google Docs is they wish it was easier when you put in a picture to put a caption underneath it. There's really no way to format that built into Google Docs. So there is a little hack we can do. There's actually 2 different hacks. One is to kind of do the same thing we just did using a table, have the picture in the top cell of the table and the text in the bottom cell of the table. But that doesn't work really well for having text go around it. So what I recommend doing is actually adding the image into a drawing inside of your Google Docs. So you'll hit Insert, Drawing, put the picture in there, and then put the text below it inside of the drawing, and then it'll all be formatted as one chunk. So let's look at how it works. So I go to Insert, Drawing. I went and found my picture. I'm going to paste it in. I get a text box, put it right underneath the picture, type it in, and then when I hit Save and Close, you'll see it's in there as if it's one piece of information. The table underneath, the caption underneath, and the picture above it. And you see that then the text can wrap around it. I can give it a border and things like that, things that might be a little more difficult if I had it formatted as a table. One other thing people complain about in Google Docs is they wish they could format the comments they put in. So when they're leaving a message to students, maybe in their feedback, they want to make something bold or underlined or highlighted so the kids know this part is important. Well, you actually can do some formatting inside of your Google Docs comments. You could do bold, italics, and strike through. You can't do underline, but you do bold, italics, and strike through. And the way to do it is with some symbols you type into your comments. Let's watch this GIF here. So I add my comment, and then when I want to type bold, I put asterisks around it. When I want to type in italics, I put little underlines or underscores around it. And when I want to type in strike through, which I'm not really sure why you'd want to, you put hyphens to the left and right of it. Now, it doesn't have to just be one word that you're putting in there. It could be a series of words that are bold or italicized or strike through. And you see in the comment when it pops up, there they are with that text formatting. This is an old feature of old web pages that's still kind of built into Google Docs. I don't think they intended for us to use that in comments, but it's there because of the way things used to be coded on websites. So again, I'll go in and add the comment. Asterisks for the bold. Underscores for italics. Hyphens for strike through. And again, there's no option to do underline. I wish there was, but there's not. And then when I comment, when I click comment on it, when I hit enter, which you can also hit, I think, Control Enter, it'll save that comment there for you with those formatting pieces in there. Okay. This has happened to me before. I don't know if it's ever happened to you before, where you get a Google Doc ready for something and it's full of a bunch of pictures. Maybe you're creating a course of study or a unit of study or a hyperdoc or something, and it's got like a dozen pictures in it. And you decide, you know what? I don't want this to be a Google Doc anymore. I want it to be like a slideshow, or I want to put all this content into a video instead. And you're like, how do I get those pictures over to this other platform? Well, copy and paste doesn't always work outside of the Google platform. I believe it'll work from a Google Doc to Google Slides, but if you're going from a Google Doc to maybe Adobe Spark or something like that, copy and then paste isn't going to work. So how do I get that picture that's in that doc to the other destination? Well, if it's just 1 or 2 pictures, you can probably go find it somewhere in the internet. Or if you can't find it somewhere in the internet, you can maybe take a screenshot of it. But what if it's 10 pictures? We don't want to have to take 10 pictures. You can actually save your doc so that it'll save those 10 separate image files for you so that you can access them. This is a situation that doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it can save you a lot of time. What you do is you click on File. Watch, I want to save this picture, this bitmoji of me eating a sandwich for some reason. I click on File, go to Download As, and right there is Web Page. I don't know why you think to download as a web page, but when you do, you'll see it downloads a folder of all the content of that document. And inside of that folder, so let me go and click on that folder, it actually downloads it as a zip file. So I have to double click on it to unzip it. And there's the folder. And inside of that folder is a folder called images, and there's all the images from the doc. Now in mine, there's just one image there. But if you have a document with like 20 images in it that you need saved, this will save you a lot of time because all 20 of them will be right there. Now that unzipping process that I go through here looks a little different on a Chromebook or on a PC or on a Mac, but still the general idea is the same. Once you unzip it, that folder will be in there and ready to go. So watch, the folder will pop up in my downloads. Again, that might be different on your different devices. I double click it to unzip, might be different on your different devices. But once I get it unzipped, there is that folder. And inside of that folder is a folder titled images. And there's all my pictures. For this document, it's just one picture. But again, if you have lots of pictures in there, could save a lot of time by doing this. Okay. Now, if you use Google Docs in your class, especially if you're sending them out in Google Classroom, and especially if you have a lot of students and you do kind of like, I hate to call them worksheets, but if you do something where you type something into the document and then you need your students to type in responses and you need to go back and find those responses, it can be difficult to find all those responses in a doc because you've got to swim through all of your text to get to their text. So it could be difficult to get your eyes to find that. But what if it looked different? Wouldn't that be nice? There's a couple different ways to do this. The most basic of which I started using back when I started doing things in Google, is just to intentionally format the text spot where the students are going to type. So watch this. I go to the spot where the student is going to type their answer. I change my font and I just put in a few spaces. Now when the kid clicks in that area, they're going to be typing in that same font too, because they're inside of those spaces. Okay. But still, the text is right next to the question. That could make it a little bit tricky. So some teachers don't like this. So I'm going to show you a couple of different strategies for it. But watch when I open this up as a student. It's not really my favorite song, but it's a good one. You see that the student text takes on that formatting, that different formatting, so that my eyes can immediately jump to it. Now, some teachers, especially primary teachers, like to keep the student answers like completely separate from the teacher text, the question or the prompt, so that it's completely separate, okay? And there's a couple different ways to do that. One is, and the easiest is, to actually just add tables. So if you watch here, I'll start off by adding a 1-by-1 table for the answer to go in, okay? Or I can add a 1-by-2 table, answer or the question on the left, answer on the right. Or I could do multiple rows for multiple questions. Questions on the left, answers on the right. Some teachers don't like the table look, so they'll actually right-click in there and take away the borders so it doesn't look like a table, even though it still functions like a table. Some teachers are like, well, I want the answer to be in a box, but I don't want the question to be in a box. So you see how I formatted that there to make the answers not be in a box, but the questions be in a box. It's totally up to you how you format it. Again, all we really care about as educators is the pedagogy that's happening. So if you have a certain way you prefer for it to look, go for it. So watch here, 1-by-1 table for just an answer, or a 1-by-2 table for a question and answer, or a multiple row two column table for multiple questions and multiple answers. Now, when you start doing your student work in this way with Google Docs, if you have lots of students and if your projects go over multiple days, it can be difficult to check in with all of your students, right? Like once they're in Google Classroom ready to be graded, it's easy to access them and just click through them and grade them. One hack that I used to use when I wanted to check in on where all of my students were on a multi-day project was to look at those assignments from within Google Drive. In Google Drive, you could preview documents and see what's in there without actually having to open those documents up, okay? So if you watch here, I go to that Classroom Drive folder, I click on the first document and click the preview button, and now I can scroll down through them and use the arrow keys to jump from document to document. And I can also use the arrow keys on my keyboard to go through them. One thing to note there is that as I'm showing here, some of the previews don't include all of the information. So you see here that paragraph was just typed and it hasn't shown up in that preview yet. So the preview is not always a live version of the document. It's like an almost live version, but still it could help you zero in on which students might need your support. Yes, you could do this in Google Classroom, but some teachers think that it's more efficient in Google Drive. I really feel like teachers should have options for how they go about doing different things. So if this seems like an efficient way for you to check in on students' work in there, by all means, here it is for you. If you feel like, no, I'll just do a Google Classroom, or I'll just walk around the room and look on my student screens, that's fine too. Whatever works best for you. My goal is just to make it easier for you as you do things to support your students, because it's the supporting of the students that's important, not how you're checking their documents on your computer screen. So we want to make it as efficient, as easy for you as possible, okay? What if, speaking of efficient students, I know this is definitely an issue down in the Houston, Texas area where a lot of you are from, what if I could take a document and translate the entire thing into a different language, okay? I know I can go on the web and use tools like Google Translate. I know you've probably seen my GIF, and I'm gonna show later about how I could do this inside of Google Sheets, but how could I do it in Google Docs? Well, you could actually translate an entire document to a new copy of the document in an entirely different language. Now, bilingual people will tell you that Google Translate is not a perfect translation. Actually, it's far from perfect, and that's true. But for a person like me who's not bilingual, if I have a student whose primary language is Spanish or Chinese or whatever it might be, using a feature like this to get it close to perfect translation and then maybe have them tweak it, or an ELL tutor tweak it, or something like that, is a more efficient model than having somebody go through and translate it word for word. Okay, again, this is not a perfect situation here, but it will save us some time in the translation process. So let's watch this tweet, or this GIF actually came from G Suite themselves, from Google. They tweeted this out. So from within any Google Doc, you go up and you click on Tools, and there it is right there, Translate Document. And you could translate into, I believe, any language that Google Translate supports, which isn't every language in existence, but it is most languages in existence are there, most common languages in existence, and it copies it to a entirely new Google Doc. So you keep your English Google Doc or whatever it was, and you also have beside it a separate doc that's in Spanish so that you can share with Spanish speaking students or parents if that need be. Again, not a perfect translation, and there are tools out there that do a better job, but for free, built right into your doc, it gets pretty close to being perfect, and it'll really help out in situations where you don't have a better option available to you, okay? Next up, we're gonna translate over to Google Slides. I'm gonna take a drink of water though. Let's watch this. You wanna see me take a drink of water? It was good. Before we jump into Google Slides, let's talk about a little question here. Why did Jake, that's me, why did Jake cross the road? To get to the Google Slides, of course. Okay, now in Google Slides, one thing that people wish they could do is format things, and maybe this isn't in Google Slides, but maybe before they even get to their computer, they're like, I wish there was a program where I could easily make something that's visually appealing that I could print out on paper. And obviously Google Docs is an option for that, but we do know that Google Docs has, you know, like lacks some graphic design capabilities, but Google Slide has great graphic design tools and things inside of it that we could use. So one thing we could do inside of Google Slides is actually change the dimensions of our slide. Slides default to like the size of a screen, so that we go full screen, it looks really nice. But we can actually change it to being paper sized. But first, want to hear a joke about a piece of paper? No, never mind, it's terrible. It's really bad, sorry guys. But in Google Slides, if you go to File and then Page Setup, you can go to Custom and actually change the dimensions of your page. Okay, so File, Page Setup, Custom, and then I'll change it to inches and make it 8.5 by 11, or 11 by 8.5, or 11 by 17, or whatever different size piece of paper you want it to be. And then when I print it, it'll print out full page size. Or I could save it as a PDF and then have a PDF version of it. Okay. Another problem that teachers have in Google Slides, something that teachers miss from maybe using a smart board in years past, is they wish that when they're presenting from them, they could have a timer running up on the screen. They wish that it had a built-in timer like Google Slides had, or I'm sorry, like like Smart Notebook has. Now, there are tools that we can use on a projector to use timers. Use a Google search. You could use a tool like, I think it's called Classroom Screen. But what if you want it to be inside of your slides? There's not a timer built in the slides. What you can actually do is insert a video of a timer. There are lots of timer videos out there on YouTube. So I can go to, go to Insert, and then Video, and then just search for a YouTube video that's a timer, like say a 20-minute timer like I do here, and you'll see tons of options. Now, I recommend screening them just in case if you're going to be playing it up on your screen, but there are plenty of them that I have used with great effect. There's one that I don't use anymore because it ends with like a nuclear alarm going off, which tends to freak out students. So I don't use that one anymore. But there was one I used yesterday in a workshop that ended with a dog barking, and the students in the group thought it was really fun. So insert, video, YouTube search, type in your length of timer, and then just insert the video of your choice. You'll have choices of whether they play music during them, whether they end with music or end with a sound, or what exactly they show on the screen, so that you can choose one that you like. Now, what if you want like a 19-minute timer that's not up there? Well, then just use the 20-minute timer and start it at 1 minute into the video. So it starts with 19 minutes remaining, and you've got yourself a 19-minute long video timer. I use this a lot in activities or workshops or things like that. When I say you've got 20 minutes to work on this before we move on with class, the 20-minute timer can pop up and play, and they'll see it visually on the screen, and the alert will go off, prompting all of us to move on. Because sometimes I need that as the instructor to know now is the time to move on with the next step. Sometimes I go and say, you know what, let's do 2 more minutes. And I get the timer back to when 2 minutes were left and restart the timer. Other times I go right at that time. And sometimes I even go early, but it's nice to have that timer up there. It's kind of a visual to keep us on task. Okay. One other problem that teachers have sometimes in Google Slides is they'll put in an image that they want students to maybe annotate, or maybe like a coordinate plane in math class they want them to draw a graph on, or maybe a map where they want to circle something, and the students will accidentally move that image. Now, there are 2 different ways to avoid that. One is to make that image the background of the slide. You can't move around the background. Now, could the kids go in and change the background? Yes, of course. But what we're trying to avoid here is them accidentally moving the background. So to do that, we just insert the image as a background. And one little hack is to actually set up the slide with the images in it, and then export that as an image and put it as a background. So let's watch me go over that in this GIF here. So I go find my image of a coordinate plane. Watch, I'll just drag it up and down into the slide, get it centered right where I want it. And then I'm going to download this whole slide as a picture. PNG is best because it's got an invisible background. And then I could go and add a background that is that picture I just downloaded. Okay, so now that coordinate plane is going to be there, but the students can't accidentally move it when they're trying to graph on it and things like that. I could have also added text if I wanted to say, graph the line y equals 3x plus 9 or something like that. I could have added that text so that the kids couldn't change it or move it on accident. So again, I find my image, I put it into the slide, I download the slide as a PNG, and then I go to background, image, and then I put in that slide image that I just saved there. Now, the reason that I first put it into the slide is so that it's the right shape to be the background. Otherwise, it might not have fit on the slide just right. But if your image fits just right, you don't have to go through the process of putting it on the slide and downloading it. You could just add the image as the background. But by putting it on the slide, I can add some text in there. I could change the size of things. I could label things if I want to. You don't have to do that step. The important step here is setting it as the background. By the way, I know I'm moving quickly through a lot of this stuff, and that's because I want you to get as many hacks as possible to be super efficient with this. But if your head is spinning and you want to do all of this stuff in the future, then the best thing for you to do is just rewatch this video. It's on YouTube, and you could watch it as many times as you want to, and you could pause me right here so that you could see exactly what I was saying. You could try out what happened. So after a different idea, go ahead and click pause, and then you could try it out if you want to. But right now for today, live, I'm going to keep moving quickly. But this video will be here for you to go back to if you need to. So a second way to make it so students can't accidentally move around those images is to actually change around what's called the master slide. Now, I consider this to be a little bit more technical. So some of you might be like, I don't want to do that. I want to go with that first strategy, and that's why I share both of them. But others of you might think this is a more efficient way to go about it, and that's fine too. One thing I like about changing the master slide is it can actually affect multiple slides. So if in that activity I was just showing there, if I had 10 different equations I wanted kids to graph, I could change the master slide and that coordinate plane would be on all 10 of those slides, or I could just copy the first slide too, and I wouldn't have to change the master. So it's up to you how you want to go about it, but let's look at how changing the master works. So you'll see I click slide and then edit master. And these are the different slide formats in my theme that I've selected. So I could change fonts, I could paste in an image, okay? And now you'll notice on the left that my slides are changing over to match this. So when I change that orange slide to a green slide, we see a change to a green slide on the left. We also see as I go through my real slides here, that image along the bottom, that logo is there on all of them. So I could add my coordinate plane this way to do that. So I go to edit master, and then you can make whatever changes you want and it'll appear on all of the slides of that format. Okay, notice there's one like master slide up at the top that is the formatting of all of them. And then there are the different layouts. So a one picture, or just a picture layout, or a title slide layout, or a title with text layout, or a title with 2 columns of text layout. So you can modify what all of them look like, and that formatting will go to all of those slides that match that original format. And you see there, I added in a picture, so that could have been the coordinate plane. And then when I hop back over to my actual slides, I'll see that that is there. And there's that font, and that font will change too over on the left. I use this a lot in presentations that I make. I might get it from some of my favorite sites like Slides Mania or Slide Carnival, or there's another one out there that I'm drawing a blank on, but I'll find a slide that I like from them. And actually, this slideshow that I'm using right now is a slide from one of those sites. I forget which one. There's credit at the end of it though. And I went in and changed the colors a little bit to more match the way that I wanted it to look. Okay, so I wanted it to be this orangish yellow color like macaroni, and I wanted that blue down there. So I went in and changed the master slides to make it look the way I wanted it to. I could also go in and change it so that I have my name pop up on every slide and things like that. Editing the master is a nice way to go about doing that. One other thing that I've helped some teachers do with Google Slides is to actually use it as a flashcard tool. Now, there are fantastic flashcard tools out there like Quizlet and other different tools that make flashcards. But what if maybe you're dealing with elementary kids and you're not making flashcards very often, and you don't want to have to learn a new tool to use it with, to use flashcards with, but your kids already know how to use Google Slides? Well, you could just make your flashcards in Google Slides. Make one slide the front and the next slide the back, and the kids can go through it in order practicing it. Now, they can't really shuffle it around to see all the different ones, but at least it's in order like flashcards would be, and then you can even post on your website. And you see here how I use the strategy of giving the background colors so that they matched for front of slide, back of slide, front of slide, back of slide. That's optional, but that's a nice way to organize it. And so I put on the front of the slide the word and on the back of the slide a description. But a nice thing that you could do in Google Slides that you really can't do in Quizlet or tools like that is I could add in images to go with this, because now it's Google Slides. The other really nice thing that you can't do in those other tools is these are collaborative flashcards. So I could have my whole class collaborate on preparing the flashcards that they'll all use. And then maybe by the time that they're preparing to actually study from them, maybe I'll take them from Can Edit to Can View. So they're just looking at the slides, but that way the kids can access it. Now there is a plugin out there, an add-on that can shuffle your Google Slides if you want to. That wouldn't work really well with my example here because it would shuffle the front of the slide away from the back of the slide. But if you format it so maybe the slide is just one slide, one flashcard, and it has the word and then the answer pops up later, like on a click or something like that, then you could shuffle and see the flashcards completely out of order, okay, if the ordering of the flashcards is important to you. Okay, here's a tip from our friend Tony Vincent, who is the, I believe, 12 o'clock session today. He's the fourth of the 4 sessions today. But he shared this at some point in time on Instagram, on Twitter, how to turn Google Slides into kind of a playlist for videos. Or instead of a playlist of multiple videos, it could be breaking one long video up into multiple segments. We know that our students can't focus on a super long video. So what if I need to show them a 20-minute long video, but I don't want them to watch for 20 minutes? Well, I could break it up into 10 2-minute chunks, and we could talk about the video in between, or 4 or 5-minute chunks, or whatever it works as. But as he shows in this image right here, once I add in the video into the slide, I can go over to format options and then video playback, and I can modify the start and end times of the video. So maybe I put it in and play from 000 all the way up to 2 minutes. And then the next slide, I play from 2 minutes to 4 minutes. And on the next slide, I play from 4 minutes until 6 minutes. And then a little hack I could do alongside that is that I can actually choose, I can actually choose that first slide after I formatted it and make a copy of it so that it already has the video in it. And then in that one, I just change the time setting. So I just keep making a copy and changing the time settings so that it ends, or it starts when the last one ended, and then the next one starts when that one ended, and so on and so forth, so that it breaks it up so I could talk to the kids or prompt the kids or have them respond or have them reflect or something like that, or make predictions as I go through the video, rather than playing the whole video in one chunk, or rather than running over to our computer and hitting pause, we could have the slideshow do it for us. Okay, this one's from a local Texan down there by Cy-Fair Independent School District, Meredith Akers. And Meredith shared how to do a click to reveal activity in slides. And I love it so much, I just had to add this to the presentation. So what Meredith is doing in this GIF that you see playing here is she makes 2 separate slides. If you watch down at the bottom, you see it's slide 1 and slide 2. And when you click on the balloons, it looks like the balloons go away and reveal the answer, but they really don't. It just goes to a second slide that has the answer on it. It looks like a click to reveal activity when in reality, it's just 2 slides in a row. And that's what a hack is, right? That's taking something existing and making it do something it couldn't otherwise do with some intuition. And Meredith had some great intuition here, where you go forward a slide without realizing it to see what's behind that balloon. It doesn't even have to be behind the balloon, because you're not going to that slide's background, you're going to the next slide. So what I would recommend doing is making that first slide, making a copy of it, or clicking duplicate, and on the next slide, deleting the balloons and putting in the answer in place of it. Here's another tip for click to reveal slides, a slightly different activity here that also comes from Meredith. And this is using this little tip that she uses with this magnifying glass. This is so neat. It's not really a click to reveal. It's almost like, I don't even know what to call this. So I just call it a click to reveal slide here. Notice when she drags the magnifying glass over this box, it reveals the answer. The magnifying glass isn't special. It's not revealing the answer. What's actually happening here is you'll notice that the answer is the same color as the background. So you can't see it until the magnifying glass is there. The magnifying glass is actually formatted to be behind the answer. So when she slides it over, it goes behind the answer. So now the answer appears. So Google Slides are set up in layers. So she's got the answer on top, the background on the bottom, and the magnifying glass in between, so that when you drag the magnifying glass over, you see that answer appear. A couple more Google Slides hacks here before we wrap it up for the morning. This one, a similar activity, came from Amanda Sandoval. And when I talked to Amanda about how she did this, when I was making sure it was okay with her if I put this into my slides, her process kind of blew my mind. So you might not get how she pulled this off, and that's okay, because Amanda gives people access to this through a tweet. And I'll make sure I share that link. I believe it is bit.ly/mystery reveal. I believe. I'll double check that and put that into the chat of the YouTube after we wrap up the video. But what she did is she knows in her history class that sometimes if she shows like a primary source, like a picture of something happening, there are certain parts of it she wants the kids to analyze separately. So she made it so she could put the whole picture there and drag a magnifying glass around it to see it all kind of in different pieces and process the picture a little bit at a time. So she made this really cool hack. Let's check it out here. And what she's actually doing here, this is really crazy, is there's a really big black box over top of the slide. And at the center of that black box is the magnifying glass. And she's got it formatted so that magnifying glass has no center in there. It's see-through. And then as she drags the whole thing around, it's actually dragging the black around the screen so that you're seeing just through that magnifying glass, and the black is actually hiding everything else. It's a crazy hack that she's come up with. But the nice thing is she shares this template so that you could just copy that magnifying glass and that black square and paste it into your slide. So again, I believe it's at bit here. I'm going to test it right now while you're watching it. bit.ly/mystery reveal. Yep, and that'll bring up this actual slideshow, bit.ly/mystery reveal, all lowercase. And then you can make a copy of the slideshow, and then I see one of you are in there looking at it right now, actually, and then you will be able to make a copy of that magnifying glass and giant black rectangle that she's put in there to be able to put onto your pictures. Okay, I've got so many more hacks that I would love to share with you guys, and all of these things are things that I share out there on Twitter. But at this point, I think it's probably time for me to wrap it up. Okay, and I should wrap it up maybe with a knock knock joke.
Sure, let's make a knock knock joke.
Knock knock joke. You ready? Knock knock.
Who's there?
Who's there? There it is. Tank.
Oh, wow.
Tank who? Thank you. Thank you for letting me be part of today, and you're welcome. I'm glad to have shared different things with you. Here is my contact information here. And again, I share all of these tips on my website. So if you're like, Jake, I wish I could have seen the 4 or 5 other tips that you're going to share with us, you can see them in these slides, or you can go over to jakemiller.net and be able to see them all right there on jakemiller.net or at jakemillertech. Okay, so as we wrap up the 45 minutes, were there any questions out there from the YouTubers watching that I should be following up on?
Hey, Jake, there was only one question that I noticed. Someone asked about shuffling when you were talking about the flashcards. They asked about shuffling the slides. I don't know if you want to go through that really quick.
And I'm searching for it right now. I don't know the name of the actual. I believe it's this one add-on called Slides Randomizer, and you just add it to your Google Slides. You go to Add-on and Slides, and then go to Get Add-ons, and then I believe it's the one titled Slides Randomizer, but I haven't tried it out myself. I believe there's a post on Ditch That Textbook about it. I'm doing a quick search there to see if I could find it there too.
If you are able to find it, would you like to include that as part of the links that we share out with our participants?
Totally, that's a fantastic idea.
All right, Jake, I just love your energy this early on Saturday. And of course, your jokes definitely were cheesy.
Definitely cheesy.
You are the king of cheesy jokes, just saying. Okay, so you did mention that your video is going to live on in our archive.
Yes.
And so I just wanted to take a moment to share that with our participants and how they can do that. So I'm actually going to take my screen and go ahead and share it with you so you can see. Are you able to see my screen?
On my end, I'm just seeing you right now, I think.
Okay, let me do that again. Screen. There we go. Okay, so is my screen up now?
Yeah, you're up.
Okay, so when you get on our YouTube channel, this is what it looks like right now. And you can see that we have archived videos from previous. When you click on them to view a video, and it's muted, perfect. There's a little gear button right here, and that allows you to be able to change the speed, the playback speed right here. It defaults to normal, but for those of you that want it a little slower, you can slow it. And for those of you that need to have the gerbil talk where you speak really, really quickly, you can actually double the speed. So for those of you that felt that slowing it down might help you, this is your option in the playback. Also, you have this little slider right here. You can actually slide it back and forth and rewatch things over and over until you get it. It's a great way of using our archived videos to help support you as you continue to learn. So I'm going to stop sharing right now. So Jake, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thanks for having me. I hope everybody has a great day. I'm excited to stay here at my computer and turn off my camera and my microphone and sip my coffee and watch everybody else share today.
Absolutely. I think there's going to be some great things that are coming up in our upcoming sessions. Our next session is actually going to be on digital citizenship, something that teachers and parents all around the world are scratching their heads and how to figure out how to get the kids to do what they need to do and how to keep them safe online. So that's our upcoming session. So thank you, Jake, for being here today.
Yeah, thanks everybody for being here as well. Have a great day.
All right, so we are going to take a break for the next 15 minutes or so. And I want to encourage you while you're taking the break to maybe put your fingers to work in a Twitter challenge. So if you missed our Twitter challenge the first time around, it's still open. But as you can see with the Twitter challenge, it's CFISD EdTech Live T2. And if you miss the first one, the difference between the first Twitter challenge and the second Twitter challenge is just simply the T1. It's the same one, CFISP EdTech Live T1 for the first one. So feel free to do both Twitter challenges if you miss them. Also, the attendance verification, this is a good time for you to sign up for the second session. That is going to go into the chat window to the right. If you're watching this on TV, and I know some of you are actually watching this on TV and you can't see the chat window to the right because of the way your TV is set up, make sure that you get your device and go ahead and follow that link that's on the commercial, which is coming up right about now. So we'll see you all back here in 15 minutes. So have a break, get that coffee, maybe have a snack, and we'll see you back in 15. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope that you had a good break and you're able to register in your next session. If you haven't registered in your next session, make sure you do so. So our EdTech team is ready to go to serve you for our next session. I wanted to let you know that there's a lot of magic going on in the background that you may not be aware of. So we have a whole team with me today. We have Todd, who is on Zoom. Welcome, Todd. Say hi if you're there. Okay, I don't think Todd's with us yet, but we have Shannon. Oh, there's Todd. Hi, Todd.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
That's okay. Todd's job is to be monitoring the questions, and when questions come up during the session, he's happy to pass those on to our presenters. Our presenters will kind of pause and wait for those questions. If you have a question in the middle, feel free to post that in the chat window to the right of the video that you're watching right now. And he can pass those on to the presenters so you can kind of get your questions answered sort of in the moment, because he's obviously not going to interrupt the presenter, but when the presenter takes a break between chunks, he can pass those questions on and get them answered for you. And then we have Shannon. She's the one that is posting comments and the links for you to be able to do your attendance verification. She's there. Can you say hi in the chat window there, Shannon? And then, of course, we have Katrina, and Katrina is taking care of our Twitter today. And if you want to participate in the Twitter challenges, those are ongoing throughout the session. We have 4 of them for you. So moving on to our second topic today. Our topic has to do with digital citizenship. In this ever-changing world, we want to know how to keep our kids safe and how to hold them accountable online. That is something that is a big concern for parents and teachers all across this world. So we're here to help you answer that question. And with us is Tisha Poncio. Welcome, Tisha. Are you there with us?
Good morning. I'm here with you.
Welcome. So Tisha is a learning specialist in a secondary campus in Salina, which is in North Texas. Shout out to North Texas. Do we have any North Texas people out there? Say hi in the chat window so we can see that you're there. Now, Tisha works with students and teachers in implementing technology, and she's been doing this a long time as a classroom teacher and then now as a coach, where she works with kids and teachers, and so she is very well aware of the importance of digital citizenship. So she's going to share with you. So I'm going to give you the floor, Tisha. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. Hello, good morning, EdTech Live PD. I'm so excited to be with you this morning. I have so much to share with you, so I'm going to go ahead and start sharing my screen with you. And we're going to make sure we have sound so that you can hear my videos. This morning, we are going to talk about digital citizenship. And just to give you some resources, I've put this bit.ly link here, bit.ly/digcit247, so that you have access to that, and you can also view that anytime after this morning. But I believe that this is a huge topic. It is a timeless topic, and it is something that affects not just our teens, which I believe there's a myth out there that it's just this generation. And so I really want to address some of those things this morning. Just to give you a little background, my name is Tisha Poncio. I'm a digital learning specialist. You can find me on Twitter. I'm a Google certified trainer, and as you can see, I'm ambassador of Flipgrid, Buncee, and Wakelet. And those tools help me when I am teaching students in my school, as well as teachers, how to implement different approaches to teaching digital citizenship. You can also email me if you want to connect that way and set up a different meeting, just one-on-one. We can absolutely do that. I'm so excited to be with you. I'm going to go ahead and start this video off and let you watch this for a minute. I hope you're enjoying your coffee.
I just went from being single to it's complicated.
Film I've seen all year. Alfonso Cuarón did not disappoint.
I don't know who you're talking to, but you're both a couple stupid idiots. Gravity sucked. Blue hoodie, liked. Flower, liked. Pigeon, liked. Look at my dog. Look at my dog. Look at my dog. I really like your style. I think I'll follow you. Drinking orange juice and loving life. I feel #blessed. Guys, I'm sad. I can't wait to go to Cindy's barbecue on Sunday. I hope there's mashed potatoes.
So I feel like a lot of you could probably relate to this video. It is one of my favorite videos to show my adult audiences and my adult learners, because I think that we can all relate to seeing these things on our Facebook feeds, especially. And so I love to pull that in. I think that we all cringe in the background when we're scrolling through our feeds. And if you're like me, I really wish that I was able to teach digital citizenship, not just to the students, but also to my adult friends and some of my family members. So I love to show that video. If you want the link to that, you can email me and I will share that with you. It's a really great one. Here are some learning goals that I have for us this morning. And I use the 6-word story actually with my students. So feel free to use this. We've adapted this activity just as I've went along the last 5 years or so, but this is a great way to see where your audience or your students or teachers are thinking about digital citizenship, giving them the ability to create a story, and they come up with some really fantastic things. I also would really like to help you identify the differences this morning between digital citizenship and digital literacy. A lot of times we use those interchangeably, and there's definitely a difference. I also want to share tips and tricks with you to just foster some digital knowledge and help you go into your community or your school and help those people that are in your space. And really, this is just about learning how to be a better model for all students of all ages. So the why, I always love to start with why. This topic seems to come up all the time. And something that I find is that, as you know, our generation, the older generation, because I've been in education for 20 years, it seems to be a really big habit for us to say that the generation of students, they just do not know how to do things like we did. And to be honest, and to be fair, we didn't have this when we were their age. And so it's really a learning curve for all of us. So we need to be able to teach digital citizenship and digital literacy really in any situation and use those as learning moments. We have to be able to build positive e-citizens, which is what our students are. And we want to build professional leaders, and we're going to have to teach them and model for them how to go out into the professional world and be able to be a good digital citizen. And we're really, honestly, needing to prepare our students for their future, not for ours. So that's really the why behind this. I could talk about, I'm like Jake, I could talk about this with you for hours, but thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for your time this morning. Now, if you have your cell phone handy, if you have a device beside you, because I don't want you to interrupt this presentation, but menti.com, I've created a Menti for you. And just aside from what we're doing this morning, menti.com, mentimeter.com actually is a great back channeling tool for you. I use it a lot for formative assessment. I love using it because the answers are anonymous, and you can change language, and you can also set to filter out the inappropriate words for your students. But this is a back channel, and I've given you the code here. If you have an extra device beside you, or later, feel free to go on and write your 6-word story. You would be so surprised, honestly, at the incredible ways that people can put into words a picture of digital citizenship, and your students will surprise you as well. So if you're looking for a quick activity to fill some time, this is a great one, especially as we come into the holidays. So the question is digital literacy or digital citizenship. Now, I don't want you to do anything here. Typically, when we're in a live presentation face-to-face, I will have you scan this code, and this code actually takes us to a Wakelet. And I also use Wakelet as a back channel. So if you're looking for some other ways, 13 and up, to use back channeling, Wakelet is a great way to do that. Your students can go in and you can see if they really know the difference between digital literacy or digital citizenship. So here's the thing. Digital literacy and digital citizenship are completely different. Now, digital literacy is a lot of what Jake was talking about previously. Good searching strategies, privacy settings, really knowing how to go into an application, whether it's on their phone or it's on their computer, and being able to utilize all those resources appropriately. So safe passwords, citing sources, avoiding spam, but just specific knowledge and skills. Digital citizenship is the behavior. And I think that a lot of us, this is really where we are so concerned. Now, we are concerned about the privacy settings, but more often than not, the complaint I hear from teachers and parents is that their students do not know how to use or behave correctly in these apps. And so it's really about building an online presence, providing positive opportunities for students, and really modeling how to be engaging in their community, whether it's on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram, for positive outcomes. I've actually cited my source at the bottom here. I don't want you guys to think that I'm just coming up with these things. I actually researched this in grad school this semester, and I just thought it was so full of information. And so I have that article for you at the end if you want to go in and read that. It has so much, but this is really the difference. Digital literacy is the strategies and how they're using it and creating great passwords, and citizenship is the behavior. We want them to know both. And so I have a couple of students of my own, Jill and Wyatt, and I'm going to play their videos because I asked them what digital citizenship and digital literacy meant to them.
And I define digital citizenship as being intentional with your digital footprint. Everyone at some point starts their digital footprint, and it gets larger as time goes on. So it's very important to be intentional about what you're saying and what you're doing online, as well as empowering people and being positive about it. I promote digital citizenship and literacy by being an example of this online, as well as helping small businesses understand what their footprint means to their clients and how to engage with their clients.
So one of the things that Jill mentioned was engaging with clients. And just a backstory on Jill, she came to me a couple of years ago, and I really stressed how to use social media correctly. And she took everything that she learned and she started working for a business in our community, running their social media and creating graphics for them. And so she's really been able to apply what she's learned in an appropriate way and continue to build on that foundation. And here we're going to hear from Wyatt.
An example is last week I created my professional Twitter account, and I haven't really had any social media just because I don't really like it, and I kind of had a problem with comparing myself to other people, and I didn't really want that. But I took the leap and started a professional Twitter account, and it's a great opportunity, and I'm glad I did it.
So Wyatt and Jill, you'll notice I have linked their Twitter account handles there, and with their permission as well as with their parents' permission, just so you guys know, we cover all of that. I really talked to their parents in the beginning. For my specific class, it's a student leadership class, and so we talk about how we're going to build their professional online presence before they graduate. And so Jill has created her Twitter account, and Wyatt has actually participated in a couple of chats, Global Ed student chat with Jennifer Casa-Todd. And so he has been able to be on a YouTube live himself and chat on Twitter and be able to engage with an audience. So Wyatt did not originally want to do that, and he's in my class for 2 years. So the growth and the importance that he's seen in building that positive presence has been really incredible this year. So this is really my tag phrase, and I find myself saying this a lot to parents, but also teachers. We cannot let fear keep us from empowering and teaching our children how to navigate the digital world. So many news outlets foster fear in parents. And I think that's one of the things. I think there is a lot of fear for the parents in the fact that they do not know how certain things work. And so because they do not know, it's a lot easier to just say, well, we're not going to do that. And just to give you a personal story, I have 3 kids. I have a 19-year-old, I have a 14-year-old, and I have a 9-year-old. And my 9-year-old actually has an Instagram account and a Snapchat account. Now, I know I'm putting myself out there and for criticism on this, but I think that we are missing an opportunity because by the time they get to middle school, they are already probably secretly having accounts somewhere, and nobody's taught them how to use it. And so for my 9-year-old, creating an Instagram account that's private and showing him where those settings are, as well as showing him why Snapchat is really popular with the teens, and then showing him how to only allow people to follow him that he knows. That has been a very important conversation in our family. As well as just simple things that we assume that our students know, like how to answer a cell phone. So we talk about that. We talk about appropriate text messaging pretty often. And so I really want to empower parents and administrators and teachers to not let that fear stop us from creating great leaders digitally. So this is a picture of my students, and they are using iPads in a classroom. This is just a classroom I was visiting. And I noticed the same day this middle school parent put this out on Facebook. And I'm not going to read this to you guys. You see the Snapchat here, but it's pretty, it's like say no to Snapchat, you know, don't do this, don't do that. There's a lot of don't do these things. But what I really want to address is, instead of telling our students what not to do all the time, we need to be telling them what they should do. And that's a little bit of the difference in how I teach digital citizenship. Of course, I tell them, you know, do not share your location on pictures, but I also want to pair that with what they should be doing so that they know. The assumption these days is that kids know. And they don't know as much as we are assuming that they know. Just because they were born in a digital age does not mean that they are coming to us with the ability to know that their pictures have a location behind it. And every time they're posting out, it's also posting their location. So we have to be able to really show them that. And we need to do it before they are out of our environments, our home environments, our school environments. We really have to do that. And it's very urgent that we guide them through that process. So this graphic is really, really showing that there is a circle of blame, if you will. Parents will blame administrators blame the world blames teachers, and we are in a constant cycle of blame. And what I want you to know, and what I really believe, is that if we are sharing the air with any young people, it doesn't matter if I'm the janitor of my school or the instructional coach or the teacher or the parent or the administrator, it is my urgent responsibility to teach them the correct way to use those devices in the classroom, to use their personal cell phones, to talk about picture taking and getting permission when they're taking pictures of their friends and posting them. It is all of our responsibility. And the only way that we are going to combat that is if we really work together and have a discussion like we are today. We need to have these discussions and be open to ways that we can teach them in safe environments that are also secure. And so I'm going to give you a couple of tips. That's really the purpose of this entire presentation, is to give you tips, whether you're a parent or an administrator or a teacher, so that we can really step out of that cycle of blame. I'm going to show you this video first because I think it's very important. This is a video from ISTE.
But one of my favorite parts of my job is that I get to visit lots of schools. And I see amazing things happening. But sometimes I also see areas where we could maybe have a little more work, an opportunity to do a little better. One of those areas is in how we teach digital citizenship. Now, digital citizenship, I will say, is the only element that is mentioned in the student, teacher, and leader standards. So apparently we think it's important enough to have it show up in all three. Now, usually when I'm visiting a school, people will tell me that digital citizenship is being taught in their school. But when I ask what they teach, they usually say things like, well, we make sure kids know not to post inappropriate pictures online. Or we make sure they know how to make strong passwords. Those are important things. I don't want kids posting inappropriate pictures online, but that's not digital citizenship. That's online safety. And online safety is not the same as digital citizenship. Digital citizenship is about using technology to make your community better, to respectfully engage with people who have different beliefs from yours, to be able to shape and change public policy, to be able to recognize the validity of online sources of information. Digital citizenship, it turns out, is not a list of don'ts, but a list of do's.
So that's really what I want to share with you today. We have to come up with our own set of do's, and that's going to look different for my classroom. It's going to look different from the teacher that is next door. It's going to look different school to school, but the ultimate goal is still the exact same. So the first tip I want to share with you is that we need to empower our parents. And I think this is so important. This is actually a photo of me in 2012. And I decided about 2010, 2011 that Twitter was coming up. When I was a classroom teacher, the kids were on Facebook and, we didn't know what Facebook was. So I hopped in, both feet in, signed up, tried to figure out what the fascination of these websites were, and decided to start sharing what I was finding with parents. And so I started doing some parent technology classes, and I did those once a month and found just a common area in our community. And I invited any parent, no matter the grade of their child, to come in and just sit and have a discussion and go through some of the, what is Twitter? What can you use it for? Why are our students using it? What are the settings? What do those look like? And so, we had iPads there, we had iMacs, the parents were using their phones. And so I did this up until 2013. My son was actually diagnosed with childhood cancer, and so I had to quickly stop. But this goal is a new goal I have for 2020, and I'm going to work at implementing this even better than I did in 2012, because I just think it is an epidemic, this not knowing how to be or behave online. And so we need to start and partner with our parents. And we as teachers, educators, administrators have to not be afraid to do that, because it's going to take that bridge to be able to make our students really great. So that is my first tip. What does empowering parents look like for you? What does it look like in your classroom? What does it look like in your community and your district? And so I would love for you to share your ideas with me, whether on Twitter or email. I know you guys will come up with some really great ways to do this. Next, I really want to talk about values and vision. And this is something that I actually started in my family in 2012. So that's really where this came from. My kids were 12 then and just getting into middle school. And I was trying to figure out a way to have them hit the target I wanted them to without grounding them and telling them what not to do all the time. That was a lot of energy on my part. And so as a family, we sat down and came up with just some family values. And I've taken that strategy and decided to implement that in my classroom. And so in our classroom, our values are respect, honor, integrity, teachability, and customer service. And those are really specific to our student leadership group. In our family, they look a little bit different, but the idea is the same. I have these hung up on my wall in my classroom, because I want my students and my family to know that no matter what we're doing, whether we're talking to people face to face, whether we are talking to them online, whether we are private messaging them, posting pictures, it could be anything, email, we always want to try to hit the target of each of those values. And so I just tell my kids, if you're talking to somebody, even in the hallway, I want you to show integrity. I want you to be teachable. I want you to show customer service to every student, teacher, and administrator. I think this is really important. And I know a lot of schools and districts and classrooms even have this, but I really think this is the basis for being able to teach digital citizenship and those appropriate behaviors. So this is one of the ways that I would start. This would be the very first thing I would do, and even get your students' feedback on this, or your teachers' feedback, and share that with your principal and kind of see what their ideas are. But I wouldn't come up with too many. We have 5. I think my own family, we have 6. I wouldn't do any more than 6, because then it becomes just too much to remember. But these pretty much cover what I want my students to do. So that is my second tip. Come up with values and a vision. Next, I would really encourage you to gather resources. There are so many resources out there to help you teach digital citizenship. Obviously, the ISTE standards are going to help all of us, students, teachers, leaders. You have Nearpod. I use Nearpod very often and almost every semester to do little digital citizenship lessons when I'm in classrooms. The Texas Education Agency has some resources. Common Sense Education, I find myself going there almost daily. And then lastly, the Digital Citizenship Institute with Mary Alice. You guys, she is an advocate for digital citizenship and has been a great mentor to me as well as to my students. And you'll see a little snippet of a video where my students presented live with her. But there's so many people out there that want to help and share their resources. And so I just encourage you to gather those resources and also gather the PLN that's really focused on digital citizenship. They are there to help you and mentor you and share with you. Next, this digital academy is another one of my tips. And the way that this came about is we went from iPad carts in 2012 in 2013 to then giving our students MacBook Airs. So we were a 1-to-1 environment, about 800 students back then. And as we were handing those devices over to our students and checking those devices out, I just had kind of a panic moment and thought, we're handing these devices to all of these students. We have got to teach them the appropriate ways. And so we worked, my library media specialist and I, we worked together to schedule classes into our library and put together a presentation, an academy, if you will, for our students. And that walked them through some scenarios that were specific to them and showed them some really important videos on privacy. We adapt that presentation almost every month. So I'm always going and finding new news articles and putting them in there, or new videos. But they have some tasks that they do, like Googling themselves. At the very end, we have them practice creating digital portfolios and the purpose of digital portfolios. So when you have access to this presentation, I have linked the You Shared What presentation with you. And I do this in person with the students, and there's a little hands-on activity. Feel free to use that and adapt that as you need to for your own class or your school. So that's my next tip. Come up with a digital academy that's going to be able to educate all of your students and get them really thinking about what they're doing online. So lots of critical thinking activities. That can look however you want. I could also go into all the English classes and do that myself, but we like to bring in multiple classes into the library, and the teachers sit in on that as well. So I just really love that. We do it at the beginning of school every year, and it's a little refresher for everybody. So that is my next tip. Moving on. This is hard. This is my own tip, and I am telling you that this is difficult. Give your students opportunities to show what they know, to show that they know how to use technology appropriately. It's hard. I'm telling you from experience, it's hard. I've been teaching 20 years. I've done a student tech leadership group. You see them here in the picture. For 3 years, they have been my team. And the whole basis of this team is real hands-on experience. And in order to give them that, it means I have to let go. And any Enneagram fans out there, the personality test of Enneagram, if you know anything about that, I'm a 1, and that means I'd like to have control. And so handing control over to my students is the hardest thing I do every single day. And so I'm going to show you some of the ways I do that. But what I want you to know is just because I've been doing it doesn't mean I'm great or perfect at it. I'm still always working and learning how to give them opportunities. So you can see they are speaking at our convocation at the beginning of the year. They are sharing how they help the district and our school and students with technology. They are the most incredible group of students I've ever worked with. And so they make me proud every day, but it does not mean that I am not afraid when I hand over a YouTube live opportunity to them, because you just never know. So be more open-minded to give your students opportunities to actually put into practice what you're teaching them. So this is Brady Poche, and Brady Poche is a junior now. And you can see he too has a Twitter presence. He has done a couple of chats. We sat down and talked about what his profile needed to look like. We discussed why his header, needed to be a certain thing. We talked about photographs and what is an appropriate profile picture. He's done a portfolio, as you can see, and he's probably going to change that link soon because he's doing a completely different one and updating it. This is hard. This is hard. Now, this isn't going to work for every classroom, but you absolutely could create a class Twitter account and allow those students to run that Twitter account with you watching over that. There's lots of ways that will look, especially in a younger classroom. And I've done that in younger classrooms. I've done Twitter, mock Twitter chats just to show them how it's supposed to work and how it's supposed to look. This is our CISD SWAT Instagram, and they run their social media. So the group you saw a couple of slides before, they are in charge of their social media. They run an Instagram, a Twitter, and a Snapchat. And they all collaborate together. They decide what's going to go on there, and we work at just really engagement. We talk about PR and marketing, and we talk about the hashtags, and it's a great opportunity. But again, I will tell you, this is not easy. It's not easy to hand it over to them, but I believe, and you'll see on all my slides, that students can lead when they're given the opportunities and they are set with the right foundations. And my students have been a great example of that. They have led themselves to do incredible things, and they have fun with it. And so you guys are welcome to follow them and engage with them and ask them questions. And as you can see, there's a link tree that they've listed. They created the link tree. I didn't even tell them to do that. They just knew how to do that. And so they've added all of our websites and everything. So please feel free to follow them. That's what it's there for, that community engagement. And then here is an example. This is what I was telling you. They were on this DigCit Summit Live, and I don't encourage all classrooms to do this. Again, this isn't going to work for every classroom, but just giving them the experience to present to a worldly audience completely changed their whole perspective when they were creating their presentation. So I'm going to show you a little clip here. And you are welcome to go to the DigCit Summit and find this particular presentation. I believe I've also linked it in the notes if you download my presentation that you're seeing now. Wyatt, stand up. Our former students actually designed this t-shirt and this logo. And so I want to kind of just share with you why we have this team and how this team originated. So I'm going to stand right here behind Avery. In 2017, I realized that we had an opportunity to. So I'm just going to fast forward a little bit. And then here's our team. We have Olivia over.
As also having that as documentation. And once that's over, then it gets put into the grade book. But it's a student-led conference. She does not tell us this is your grade because this and this.
They actually took over this whole presentation. I just introduced them and they took off and did an incredible job. I encourage you to go watch them. They blow me away. But this was a big deal because I gave them the microphone and the computer and stood behind the scenes and just prayed that everything I had taught them over the course of the year they were going to implement. But again, it's about giving them opportunities, and those opportunities are definitely going to be uncomfortable for us, the educator, the administrator, and the parent. But that is the best way to teach them. So here's what I have. I have a couple of there's a lot of links here, and I'm not going to open all of these links for you. I do want you to have access to this presentation because I want you to go back and look at some of this. They created an iPad video, so it's a device care video. They created that. I helped make the video and did some editing for them, but overall the entire idea was their idea, so they created it. There's some communication right here. This link is going to take you to a mock text chat. So you can put in what you want the text to be, and you can do a mock text chat and really use that to your advantage, especially with younger students, to teach them the appropriate way to text. My son, when he got his phone, he wanted to call his friend and text his friend all the time. And so we really had to go over the appropriate way to do that. Just best practices in crowds and meetings. When I go into classrooms and also in my own meetings, I tell them, put your phone, your iPad face down. I talk to them about that so that when they get to those professional meetings, post higher ed, they know how to engage in a meeting and not be on their device the whole time. And I believe that that's still a real problem even with our adult learners. And so it's just best practices for everybody. I have added a rubric in here for you. Please feel free to download that, make a copy. Jake's tip on forcing a copy, if you didn't catch that, I use that all the time, especially for my students. But this rubric is for you. It is a rubric to help walk your students through how to discuss and comment and reply to each other. And so I use this personally in Google Classroom. You could use it in any learning management system that you're using. I would also just encourage you to look at Wakelet. Flipgrid is another way that I have them practice just speaking to people, which I think is also included in that citizenship, but also digital citizenship, being able to put their thoughts together and record an appropriate video. There are book snaps and message boards and an LMS link for you. Again, I don't want to go over all of that just because I'm limited on time, but I do want you to have some tools to look at that maybe would work in your classroom. And if there's any questions on any of those links, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. I want to equip you and empower you as best I can. So anything that I have posted here, definitely you may use. Okay, so this is a photo of my own 14-year-old daughter. Her name is Avery. And as I was in grad school, I was spending all of my Sundays sitting in Starbucks or Kroger working on grad school. And she would ask to go with me. And what I didn't know was happening, because I was so focused on grad school, is that she was bringing her own Chromebook and her iPad, her school issued iPad, and her phone. And she had 3 devices sitting there working on her homework with her headphones in. And I honestly did not know that I was teaching this because it wasn't my intention. She just wanted to go and I said, okay. But I didn't realize that I was teaching her by doing it myself, the purpose of sitting at Starbucks or Kroger on my device. I was teaching her time management on devices and project management and behaviors like using your earbuds when you're in a public place and you're listening to music or somebody's called you. I really encourage you, if anything, to teach your students to go from being a consumer to a producer. And once they become a producer of content, whether it is a Google Doc, an email, a video, it's going to change and shift their perspective on that technology. Also, screen time. I sit down with my kids and we compare screen time for the week. Especially on our iPhones, it all tells us what our screen time is. And so we set goals as a family and make each other accountable. It's really about holding each other accountable. And even in the classroom, my students, you saw Brady Poche, he's hysterical. He's a great kid. He's going to do incredible things, but he loves memes and he loves to be on his phone while he's working on his portfolio. For example, he likes to be on his phone looking at memes. And so I still have to redirect them. Again, it's a safe environment, and that's what we're there for, is to teach them best practices and best use. Email things together. I share sometimes my emails with my students and have them proof them. And just proofing helps me, but they're also seeing the professional way to email. This is a huge thing. I think email, every student, I mean, the letter concept is lost. I think writing a letter, writing a thank you note is so important, but also taking that and showing them how to do email. Reply alls, I know, are a big issue. Having them know what a CC is and a BCC and why you would use it. They don't know those things, which brings me to my next point. Avoid assuming that your students know. Some of them do not even know copy and paste, you guys. I am so blown away when I ask them really basic things that as a former business teacher, I, assume everybody would know. I've learned very quickly as a coach, they don't know. They do not know, and we have to teach them, and we have to be able to tell them the why. And lastly, there is a right time, a right place, and right people to be online with. I not only encourage your students to be surrounded by that, but also you. Remember to surround yourself with the right people and find time together to chat about that and discuss the appropriate times to be on your device or post a picture, and maybe why it isn't appropriate. So just to finish up, this is one of the last things I want to show you. And it again goes through my fear. So I too have fear, but this is a picture of one of my SWAT students. You can see she is on my laptop, my school laptop. And she actually is remoting into a server that updates the TV up there. You can kind of see it blurry. And she does this every Monday. And every Monday she comes to me and she's like, Miss Poncio, I've made all these graphics. I need to get them up on the TVs. And every Monday I have to check that fear because I'm sitting with her while she's updating it. But giving that control up again, it is difficult. And so I would just say to do that little by little and just find the right kids. You may not want to start right away with all of your kids, but you find a couple of students that you're going to practice this with and see. Julie has done a great job on the TVs. Next year, I have to move that responsibility over to another student. So I'm probably going to have a minor panic moment again, but just a reminder, my call to action is simply this: focus on the do's. Find your opportunities to teach all of the people in your little circle, and make a list of those resources. It doesn't have to be many, just choose one or two. Maybe create the Digital Citizenship Academy or figure out how you're gonna do parent involvement. I just want you to find something, even if it's just one thing, to help the community, help the students and the parents to empower themselves to be great digital citizens. Know that you can always, here are my resources. I'm that's crazy, but they're all there if you want to go read more about them. And just to finish up, let me know how I can help you. Let me know what you're doing in your classrooms. And I am always out there on Twitter. So please feel free to reach out. I appreciate you guys having me today. What questions do you have?
Hey, Tisha, we have a lot of great feedback in the YouTube chat. A lot of people understand that this is an important topic, and so they're really appreciative of all the things that you shared. Not a lot of questions, but there was one on maybe TikTok. Is that something that you could speak to? Maybe those of us who are online who aren't very familiar with it, and maybe what you're doing about that, or what you're sharing with your students about that.
Sure. That is actually a great question, and it's very timely. TikTok, if you do not know, is the new it's the new thing. You know, what I find the trend is for students is they like to move around in the apps. So they were using Facebook, and then their parents got on Facebook. So they left Facebook and went to Twitter. And then their parents went to Twitter, and then they decided to go to Snapchat. So it's like, it's a little hop around. TikTok is the latest thing. And TikTok is basically an app. And I have learned this through just having conversations with my students, and then students who are just at our school. TikTok is an app where you put music to video. And it reminds me a little bit, if you are familiar with Vine, which are the short videos that they were really into, maybe in 2013, 2014. TikTok, here's what I've learned. You can download the TikTok app and you can still see the videos, but you do not have to have an account. The only way that you would post anything is if you signed up for the account. I will tell you, and I may just be showing my age a little bit, but we talked about that fear. My own daughter, my 14-year-old daughter, has been begging for TikTok. So I let her have TikTok over the Thanksgiving break, and I sat down with her. But some of the older students at the high school say that TikTok definitely isn't appropriate for young students. They want to be TikTok famous. So that's kind of what's driving them to TikTok, that ability to be famous, sort of like it was on YouTube a long time ago. I'm going to tell you, I'm not really trusting of TikTok. So if you can avoid any TikTok use, probably with 16 and under, I would do that. Now, the interesting thing is, so I will tell you, my son Jace, he asked for TikTok this week also. He sent me a text message that said, I really want you to think about letting me have TikTok. And he told me all of the reasons. And I asked him if his friends had TikTok, because I was interested to see, you know, our 9-year-olds on TikTok. And they are. His friends have TikTok. And just so you know, to be real honest and authentic, that scares me a little bit. They're, you know, those 9-year-olds are on there seeing who knows what. I'm not sure what their filters are. I don't know that they are SIPA compliant. I haven't really looked into that, but I would be very weary of TikTok right now. I don't allow my students when they're in my presence to be on TikTok. So I'm more forgiving of the memes. I don't know, you guys, TikTok. And that's the thing. I think that's really the lesson here, is that once we figure out about TikTok, they are going to have moved on to something completely new. And then we're going to, you know, so we're always going to be kind of chasing after that. But I'm not a huge fan of TikTok. It's hard for me to see the purpose right now, but I will tell you this. Matt Miller has posted some information. And if you don't know Matt Miller, he is with Ditch That Textbook. You need to search that up, because there is, I believe he's created an example lesson, and it is actually on my to-do list to see what that is about and kind of explore that a little bit more. But you know, as anything, research it, download it yourself, and just see what's going on. That's the best way to find out about it.
Awesome, Tish. I'd have to say, wow, that is amazing information, and thank you for sharing. I think your examples have made a real impact.
Good.
And I really thank you. I think that your view that we should be guiding students in a way of what they should be is particularly important. And I think that was an important thing that you mentioned. And I liked your examples. Your videos were really, really funny, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys for having me. I enjoyed it. Like I said, just connect with me via email or Twitter. I'm always here to help you and have those discussions with you as well.
Okay, well, thank you. It's time for our break. This is the time for you to take care of your personal needs. It is also the time for you to make sure you do your attendance verification. That is the bit.ly that's going to show up in the commercial, and Shannon is probably posting that in the chat right now so that you can follow that link. The attendance verification does shut down within the first few minutes of each session because we want you watching the session and not leaving to go sign up for the attendance. So make sure you're doing that at this time. Also, for this next few minutes, we have our third Twitter challenge. It's a little different from the ones that we've done previously. This Twitter challenge is going to be on your it's a Twitter poll, sorry. So it's at SciFair EdTech Twitter poll. So that's where you're going to be going for that. And we look forward to coming back in about 10 minutes or so, where you're going to be learning a little bit more with me on creating and sharing video. It's great for people that have already started in using video in their classroom, but it's also great for the newbies out there that are exploring it for the first time. Thank you again for attending our second session, and we look forward to see you in the third session. to another round of EdTech Live. Thank you for being with us today. I wanted to encourage you to make sure that you have registered done your attendance verification. I apologize. If you're not getting an email right away, it could be by the sheer number of the fact that we have a number of people all submitting at the same time. But also check your junk mail and check your clutter to see if it popped in there. Keep in mind that if that's where it's going, your certificate might end up in there as well. So those are just some things to think about when you are submitting your attendance verification. If you don't get the email, most likely it is a result of your incorrect information being submitted. We all make errors sometimes when we're punching away on our little phones and kind of doing the little finger point, but make sure that you check it before you submit, because that is most of the errors where the names are in the email instead of the email where they're supposed to be. So check on that, make sure you submit. Now we're getting started with our third session. So let me go ahead and get you ready. Our third session is going to be on creating and sharing videos. So I'm going to minimize and close that out. And I'm going to share my screen with you. Let me get that up. And here we go. So the first thing that I think is important for us in understanding our relationship with video is to think about using video in your classroom in a way that will be productive. So it's very important to think about the role of video. And in my opinion, I think video is the second most important instructional tool in your classroom. The most important instructional tool, in my opinion, is actually you as the teacher. So if you think of video and you start using it as a way to replace you, then you essentially become replaceable. So that's something to think about when you're creating video. So video is important to me, and that's why I use this and the issues of making sure video is used purposefully in the classroom as the motivation behind setting up our session for today. And thank you so much for joining me today. I look forward to helping you come up with some ideas that you can think of how to use video, and I'm glad that you're interested in it. And so again, thank you for being here. And if you've used video in your classroom, I suspect there's some tips and tricks that haven't come across your way in the past. And so I know I haven't known about them for very long. So some of them are new and some of them have just been hidden really well on your computer. And so for those of you that are new to this process of creating video, I want to assure you that it is a beginner's toolkit for you today. And the only toolkit you need is going to be your laptop. So we're just going to start with what can you do already on your computer to share with your students in the form of video. So no other equipment needed. And for those of you that say, okay, beginner is just not low enough, I need a level 0. Is there a level 0? So if you are a person that has kids, odds are you recognize this from Kung Fu Panda and probably have watched it at least 10,000 times. I know that in my household, I had to suffer through this movie. So every time somebody says level 0, this is the scene that always comes up in my mind. And then I have to give a little giggle. But level 0 is where we're at today for those of you that are new. So rest assured, it really is easy. And we want you to know that the only tool you're going to need today is a laptop. Our focus is going to be with a Windows 10 device because there's some hidden tools on the Windows 10. If you're joining us today with an Apple computer, they may have some of these features in a similar way on your Apple device, but that's not what our focus is. If you are using an Apple, there are several things I'm going to be sharing that have nothing to do with being on a Windows, but they're just universal kind of tips and tricks. So thank you again for coming. If you have not done your attendance verification, this is where you're going to go with the bit.ly. Make sure you've done it within the next few minutes. And at this point, we're going to go ahead and get started. So thinking about why video. It needs to be done very purposefully so it meets your students' needs. And when I think about video, I think about two questions. The first question I think about is, does it extend or magnify my influence in the classroom? Or, second question is, does it simply just replace you? If it magnifies or extends, that means it allows you to have your influence that goes beyond the classroom. So for instance, students are working on homework and they don't know how to do a particular assignment, then perhaps they're able to pop up a how-to video so that they can answer the questions. Or you may have students where they have family that are sick and they have to leave for an extended amount of time to go to another country. This allows them to keep up with their studies so they don't have learning gaps when they return. So these are some of the ways that you can extend your learning, or extend your influence, To magnify your influence, it simply means that you're essentially cloning yourself. And that allows you to reach more students than you would in a typical classroom environment. So typically when you address students, you address it as a whole class, answering one question at a time. But that question may not pertain to each and every student, and students may have questions that they never get an opportunity to answer. So having a video for students to be able to go at their own pace and their own choice allows them to be able to have some control of their learning. And videos are a great way to do it. Also, if you're working with students in small groups, but you're rotating those groups out, what happens to the students who are not meeting with you? Odds are they also have questions, and they're not always going to be able to ask you those when you're meeting with students. Giving them the opportunity to be able to meet with them in a form of a digital format through video is a great way to do that. Okay, so our topics today are going to be divided into 3 sections. Our first section is going to be looking at examples of how videos are being shared by teachers. Many of them are from around the district, but I found some on Twitter that I think you might be interested in as well. All of these examples that I'm sharing are examples where teachers have either extended their influence or they have magnified their influence. I'm also going to show you 2 different ways, so you can choose which one you like as your main tool, or you can do both, but choose 2 different ways, or show 2 different ways where you can create video. And there's a need for you, once you create the video, you can't live on your computer. You have to be able to share it with your students. So I'm going to share with you 3 different ways that you can upload and share your video with students in a way that's easy for them and easy for you. So the first thing that comes up when we're thinking about video is, what do you do when you have a sub? Well, Kelly has an answer for you, so let's listen from Kelly.
Hi, I'm Kelly New, and I am a 3rd grade math and science teacher at Rennell Elementary, and I use videos in the classroom, sometimes when I'm gone with my substitute, so that they are able to incorporate my small group instruction during my blended learning studios.
Okay, what a great idea. Now, something she shared with me afterwards when we were just talking is that sometimes when she's absent, she worries about how students, when they're in class and she's sick or she's not available, does that information get delivered to them in such a way that's both aligned to the content that she's supposed to be teaching and appropriate examples? And by you delivering the content through video when you're absent is a perfect way of making sure that it doesn't take you 3 days to recover when you've been absent. I know I hear that all the time. I can't be absent. I basically have to be unconscious for me to be out, because it takes me literally 3 days to get all the students popped back up and me to fix any kind of misunderstandings that occurred when I'm absent. Video fixes that, and Kelly's done a great job of doing that. She also uses videos in other ways. So we've invited her to come in January to show you how to use videos in different ways. And she's going to be our follow-up for video in January. So join us then for that session. Okay, another example of using video is to support small group instruction through blended learning. And an example of this would be, this is from my classroom when I taught, is I would often have students create foldables. And as they create their foldables, they do it with the video so they understand how to do it. Again, the power of being able to back up and slow down gives students to be able to have control of the pacing of their learning. Once they're finished doing their foldables, one of the things that I've noticed is that when students are taking notes, some students take a little longer to take notes. Some of them need you to be able to back up, where if you put the notes that they need to record in a video format, it allows you to be able to work with students in small groups so that you can answer their questions individually. So you become direct instruction instead of just standing up there going over, now you write this, now you write that. So this allows students to do the note part on their own and be able to work with you in small groups and ask questions and you answer them. So here's an example of that occurring right here. So
Carbon,
I'm walking through,
hydrogen, and oxygen.
and I'm walking through the video, telling the kids what they need to know, describing it and drawing. Notice I'm using color to separate information and to explain the information as well.
It will take apart the glucose.
And when you get to the end, notice that this video is only a couple minutes long. There's no need for your instructional videos to be 45 minutes. I can't imagine even being able to create a 45-minute, let alone expecting kids to be able to stay with me for that long. So it's a very short, quick video. Many of my students, when I did this in the classroom, would choose to do this the night before. So they were all ready to go to the next step in their checklist. So they bypassed this part of it and they just did it at home. For students that didn't have access to technology, they would just do this in the classroom. So it allowed students to be able to move through the content where they wanted and how they wanted. Okay, another example of that is actually with Jessica Gates. Jessica last year worked at Cy Park High School, and she is now working as a curriculum coach at Dean Middle School. But she did the same process, but hers looked a little different than mine. She actually used both screen record, but in this case, she thought it would be a better tool to mount a camera above her. And in this case, it is a hover cam. Our teachers all have hover cams in our district, but I have used cell phone videos mounted up on tripods in the past. So if you don't have a camera that you can do this with, your cell phone works just fine. So in this case, she is explaining to students on the sheet that they're also going to be recording, so it looks just like hers, how to do these steps.
To find the distance between the 2 points.
Again, notice that she's using color and that color separates information as she goes through it. And notice on the calculator, she is recording what she is writing on her paper as well, so that you can see both the calculator. You can see the calculator and you can see the sheet as she records it. Again, notice that it's not that long of a video. So
and learning about midpoint and distance.
Answer these questions and get the information they need. So when she meets someone with them in small group, she can go in a little more detail and have more personalized discussions with students. Okay, so let's go to the next one. Kevin, on the other hand, is making his videos go to the next step. And once you get comfortable with videos, this might be something that you want to consider. So at some point last year, he discovered Edpuzzle. So he started putting his videos in Edpuzzle, and he's going to share with you how he uses this.
Hi, my name is Mr. Casilio, and in this video I will show you about Edpuzzle. Here's a video that I already made. Let me edit and show you how it looks like to add a quiz or questions. So over here are questions I've already added in there. I have some multiple choice questions, and I have an open-ended question book. The way Edpuzzle organizes this is, here's my roster. Let me hide that. Here's my roster, and here are all the assignments and the different grades they got. This red timer right here shows me that they turned in late. And then it's hard to see, but down here, here's a red 17. Down here's a yellow bar. The yellow bar shows you how much of the video they watched. So Edpuzzle tracks all of these things. It tracks their answers. For multiple choice, it grades the multiple choice. And then it tracks how much of the video they've watched and how long they've watched the video.
Okay, so that video is actually a piece of a much longer video. When you get your certificate, this link and along with all the other session links will be included in there, and you'll be able to see his longer videos. So if you're looking for a bigger description or a better description of what Edpuzzle does, he walks you through the whole process. I just wanted to include a snippet because I wanted to have you understand that some of these tools that are available to you can actually help you drive your discussions with your students as well as educational decisions. So taking it to the next step, so let me close this out. Okay, take you over to online. And I want to share with you some other examples. So we have a teacher over at Langham Creek. She's now a curriculum instructional coach, and she supports math on that campus. And what she does is at times teachers need to be able to do things such as, hold on, my thing minimized. I'm trying to get it to go down. There we go. It's interfering with my share at the top, so I'm not able to click on the tabs. There we go. So I'm going to, hold on. There we go. Click on it without, there we go. Okay, so she has at times created for her teachers responsive forms, and she shared one with me that I want to share with you. So she has a set of questions, and she's using this as an assessment tool. But one of the disadvantages of traditional quizzes is that students don't get feedback until much later. So sometimes it can be days or even weeks. In the meantime, they don't know that they've got information wrong and they don't know why. So video is a great tool for that. So I'm going to click on this and click on the answer key. And you can see in that answer key right here that for incorrect responses, she will show why and how you need to make corrections and where you went wrong. And that's a great tool. So they're individualized. So when I click on the second question, you can see the same thing happen, but it's not the same video. It's personalized for each question. So students get immediate feedback on just the questions that they have incorrect, so they know how to correct them. And of course, she also has positive feedback for when they have it correct as well. So they know right then and there whether they have the answer correct or wrong. And now this becomes a tool instead of assessment of learning. You can now use assessments for learning as well. So it actually becomes an instructional tool, not just an assessment tool. So those are some thoughts. Going back to this tool right here, I have some others that came across on Twitter that I wanted to share with you. We have two examples of teachers using video to explain how to do activities. So I have one right here, you can see in this area right here, that they're using a QR code in a small tablet or phone to be able to view it. So these students will go up, click on that. There we go. Scan the QR code.
Today you are going to be retelling the...
And then they get their directions. So this is done in a language arts class. And another one right here.
Today, you get to use these gears to create any object that you want.
Okay. So again, both of these can be used in different ways. One is going to be for a language arts writing assignment. The other one is being used for such as a future ready assignment. And I like this example over here to the right. This teacher does something that I hadn't thought of, and I was like, man, that makes sense. She asks her students instead to watch her video where she solves a question, but she doesn't solve it correctly. She makes mistakes. So students have to watch the video to identify what she did wrong and how she needs to correct it. What a great way of using video. Then moving on to my last example, I know that we probably have a whole variety of people out there from high school all the way down to kindergarten, and they're wondering, how does this work with younger students? Can this even work in my classroom, especially if you have very young students in kindergarten or even below? So I want to share this video with you. Okay, look how young that little one is. Do you think that they can handle this? Check this out.
My name is Asher and I made a Christmas tree.
So if this little girl can make her own little video, I suspect that she can watch your videos that you create just as independently. So that's something to think about as well when you're creating video, is that it's not just for the older kids, it's something for the younger kids. And it's not just necessarily instructional videos made by you, but they can also be made by your students as well. It's both evaluative tools, but also peer tutoring as well. So these are some examples of how video can be used in the classroom. And at this point, I'm going to take you over to the next step, which is going to be how to create your own videos. Okay, and the videos that I'm going to be looking at is a tool hidden directly in PowerPoint. And when you look at my PowerPoint tabs up at the top, I have something that's called recording. And when I click on it, you can see I have some tools underneath there. So I'm going to pin that right here so you can see it. Now, if you don't have the recording button, it actually is pretty easy for you to be able to find it. So in this top menu, Microsoft calls it a ribbon, you are going to find an area that's kind of empty in that area. So in that area that's kind of clear, I want you to right click. And when you right click, you have an option to customize your ribbon. When you check on it, you have a menu that pops up, and these are all the tabs at the top of your menu or your ribbon. Notice that recording is checked. When I uncheck it, you'll see that it disappears off. So for me to put it in there, if yours is missing, you simply click in the gray area of your menu, click on Customize Your Ribbon, and click on Recording. And now you have your recording tools. Now, the first button right here says Record Slideshow. That is not your screen record. It's a really cool tool in itself, but it's not a discussion for today. But this one is. So your screen recording, when I first click on it, the little button in the middle pops up, and I have the choice of recording, stopping, selecting my area. Now, the first time you open it, this usually pops up by default, requiring you to select your area first. I can turn the audio on or off, and then I have the choice of what do I want my mouse to be visible or not. So the first thing I'm going to do is to bring out what I want to record. And in this case, I want to record this in presentation mode. So I'm going to put my presentation up. I'm going to select my area, and it's going to be the whole screen. Now, I have a term up here. In a moment, a picture is going to pop up because I've animated it to do so. And then I can say a statement in Spanish and then have the statement pop up. This is something you could do in vocabulary development in any class. In this case, it's Spanish. So I'm not actually going to hit my record button because right now I'm already doing a screen record in Zoom, and I imagine that's probably not going to be something that will work well with both screen recordings going. So I asked a Spanish teacher to do this for me. So she did the screen recording yesterday, and when it came out, this is the video she created. So when I click on that video, this is what you hear.
Las chanclas. No encuentro mis chanclas.
And if you make a few of these little snippets, I imagine that you could place these in different places. It could be in Google Forms. It could be in Google Classroom. It could, in fact, simply live in this background. I can leave it in PowerPoint if I wanted to. So if I wanted to, I could take this video, I'm going to right click and copy this video, and I'm going to move it into its own slide. So I'm going to create a new slide, and I'm going to paste it in here. Okay, now, when I look at this video, I'm like, that's kind of boring. I can actually format this video in different ways. So I have the choice of picking. I'm going to close this out because we don't need that anymore. I have a choice of clicking what kind of outside boundary I like, and I have a choice. If I click down, I can even make it circular. I can even change the shape right here. Basically, any shape that you see on here, I can change it to. I can create a border around it, and I can make it colorful. I can change the weight of the border. And then, of course, I have other video effects and so on. I'm going to take it back to the square. This is kind of cool. If I want to, I can even crop it, or I can change the size of it. And sometimes this is an appropriate thing for you to do. In fact, I'm going to show you what I did in Kelly News video right here. When I click on it and I click on the format with the crop, look at how much longer that video was. I actually cropped it so that it wasn't the shape that it was going to be, and I'm going to show you why. So when I click on Kelly News video, see this area right here?
Hi, I'm Kelly New. And
that area, I was like, I don't need that area. So I'm going to crop it and make it fit on my screen a little better. So that allowed me to just get her in that video and create a shape that I was happy with. Okay. So once you have that video and you're happy with it, you can leave it in PowerPoint and it will just live there just like it does in the presentation that I have. Or if you don't want it to live there, you can save the video. Now, this formatting that I have right here doesn't stick with the video if you pull it out of PowerPoint. It'll just be the regular video that you always see. So to save the media, I click on that, and I just right-clicked File, Save As, and I can save it where I want to save it. So pick your folder, and you click Save, and notice that it saves as an MP4. Once you have your video, you can now upload it where you want. Now I'm going to show you another example of a screen record in PowerPoint. It's a little bit different. It uses the same initial tools, and I'm going to get my, there we go, in the recording. And I'm going to once again do a screen record. I am not going to put it in presentation mode this time. I'm going to leave it right where it is. So my selected area is now going to be just that slide right here, just that slide. And this time I'm going to be writing on it. So I'm going to click my drawing tools. So I click over here. And I have my drawing tools. I can add a pen. And when I click on it, I can change the color. My recommendation is to have your pens lined out in the order that you want them, so you can just quickly move on them. If you don't have writing tools, you do have the ability to do it with your touch. If you don't have a touch screen, you can write with your mouse if you want to. Again, I'm not going to actually record this because of the issues that I described earlier, but I did already do that yesterday. So I'm going to click back on my select so I'm not writing on it. This is the video that I created yesterday. And this is the writing that I put on there. So when I play this, you can see that I'm writing on here. And if I don't like the sound, I can turn the sound off. So here's an example of how you could use this in a social studies class where you're writing on maps and explaining the process as you go. And so in the end, they have their labels and an explanation for each of them. Okay, so once again, if I don't want it to live in PowerPoint, I can save the media as an MP4 and move it somewhere else where I want it. So generally, when you're making video, there's some best practices. And I'm going to put this up into the presentation mode so you can see it and close that out. Okay, so best practices when recording. One, you should be using a large font. Generally speaking, I never use a font smaller than 24 or 28. Ideally, I like my fonts between 36 and 40. That's especially important if students are watching the video on small screens. It also makes you use fewer words. If you put a ton of words on your screen in the video, basically you've just published a PowerPoint, and that's way too much reading to expect students to have on just one screen. So as a guideline, I write 20 words or less. And when you count up the words on the screen when I'm all done, it's 19 words. And that's really the max that I would want. Use color. Color should be used to separate information and make key points. And lastly, keep it moving. So when I look at these two right here, I would have to say one of those probably would add to my presentation, but this over here probably borders on distracting. So movement in your video is good as long as it's not distracting. It might be appropriate to have a bouncing ball at times, but in this case, it was too distracting for it to be useful or even in addition to your video. So those are some things to keep in mind when you are creating your video. Okay, so let me minimize this and take it out just for a moment. If you have your video all up and going and you're like, okay, I think I need to do a few quick edits. How do I do that? And you're wondering how, on your Windows 10 device, there is a hidden editing tool. And I've used a whole variety of editing tools from Corel to Adobe Premiere and now WeVideo. And this particular editing tool that's hidden on your desktop, when you click on it, it's called Video Editor. I hope I spelled it right, and it pops right up. So in the little search box down here, you can see I'm clicking on it. Type in that box, it pops up the Video Editor. And when you click on it, you have the easiest video editor that I have ever come across. So if you just want to do quick edits or you're brand new to video editing, this might be a really good starting point. So I'm going to pick the Edpuzzle that I got from Kevin that had been edited for a much shorter version. So here's his video. I added a title card and I also snipped up and cut through. So I have a choice of snipping or trimming my video. I can add text. And you'll notice that I added text in the video that you watched. And when I click on it, you can see where the text go. Oh, you know what? I think it was in a different section. But I added the text in there as a way to cover up the students' names. I don't know if you caught that when you were watching the video. I also added objects in there. So the 3D effects, when you click on them, you can add objects in there from the 3D library or effects. So it gives you a way to very quickly make a video that is interesting to students. Once you have trimmed it and added what you wanted to it, it's time for you to finish your video. You just simply click on finish, and you have some choices. It defaults to the high. The high is probably something you want to present on a big screen. Medium is great for sharing with students on their smaller screens, and I typically do that because it's a much smaller file size when you do that. I don't recommend the smallest one because sometimes it changes your formatting and you don't always get your 3D effects that you want, because 3D effects will make your file size bigger automatically and it just drops it out. So I'm going to click cancel. I'm not going to actually publish this one. I just wanted to introduce that to you. So once again, it's down here in the search and you just type in video editor in there and it pops up. Okay, so that's a quick editing tool for those of you that are interested in using that. Okay, so moving on to now you have your stuff saved on your desktop. What do you do with it? It can't live there because you can't share it with your kids. So now we're going to look at how to share it. Now, many people like to share on Google Drive, and Google Drive is a great way of organizing. So if you're a fan of Google Drive, I can understand you wanting to stick with it, but I have another tool that is a really good, easy tool for you to use well. And the reason why I'm suggesting it over Google is for this. If you are at a school district like mine and YouTube is blocked, that means your kids can't watch YouTube when they're at school. That's a problem. And the other part of that problem is that any video saved in YouTube actually runs, sorry, let me say that again. Any video saved in Google Drive actually runs through YouTube. And so in our district, that doesn't play either. So YouTube and Google Drive aren't really options for our district. If they're options for you, then absolutely continue to just upload it in there. But for our teachers, we need to give them another option. And so another option that works just like Google Drive is actually OneDrive. And you'll notice when I click on it, you have the same options you do in Google Drive. You can click on New, and you have the choice of creating a new folder, which is great for organizing your subjects or your topics. And you can also create, just like in Google, your documents. But we're looking at uploading a file that you've created from a screen record. So you're going to click here and upload it, just like you would any other time. Once you have a video in there, so I'm going to find a video that is already, here we go, here's one. So this video right here, I didn't mean to actually open it, but that'll work too. I clicked on it and I can share it. But I also want to show you that you can share that video directly from here. There's a little share button. When I click on it, a pop-up window will happen. Now, because this is my work account, I have it showing up as a default. But generally speaking, you probably want to choose anyone with a link and see the little check mark right there. That means it's selected. You do have some other options down here when you're sharing through OneDrive. But here's another really neat option. Generally speaking, when you do anyone with a link, you probably don't want to set a password. But what if you're doing digital breakouts? And the answer to one of the steps to problems becomes the password to this video. Then you might want to use the password. Other than that, I can't see it being a use, except for perhaps if you are sharing videos through a textbook and they may require a specific login for you to be able to share it through video. That might be another option that you may need to be able to put a password on there. Okay, so once you have that link, you just simply copy that link right here and copy it, and you're good to go to share it. You can take that link and you can now share it in your Google Classroom, on your websites. You can even share it in your Google Forms. Now, when I take myself over here, I see that I have another option of being able to upload, and that is called Microsoft Stream. When I log into Microsoft Stream, it is available to all our teachers in our district. I don't know if it's available to you specifically. You may want to check on that to see if that's something that's available for your district. But if it is available, the process is the same. I can see right here I have my video content. When I click on it, all the things that I've uploaded. The yellow means it's only open to specific students. The green means it's open to all the students in my district to be able to view. When I want to add the content, because I created it in screen share and it's sitting on my computer, I simply want to upload it. Once I upload it, I will browse just like I normally do and make sure you publish. So let me go back. I'm not going to take the time to do that right now. Once you've uploaded and published, you likely want to be able to share it. Let me minimize that. You can't see it, but it's my little icon of what I look like. Okay, so I'm going to want to share it. There's 3 little buttons right here, and I click on the share, and it allows me to be able to share it. Now, it'll only be viewed by people within your district. Those are the authorized users. If you make a special group, then that will be who it's available to. So I'm just going to copy that link, and once again, I can share it in those places that I described before. For those of you that like embedding, this is an option for you as well. Okay, so you've seen how we share through OneDrive and how we share through my video, or sorry, not my videos, Microsoft Stream. I just saw the my video up there. Okay, so you've seen through Microsoft Stream. You're probably wondering, how do I find those 2 things? Well, let me answer that for you. You can go to office.com and log in, because both of these are Microsoft products. Once you log in, your stream probably is not going to show up because you've probably used it before. And you can find it. Okay, yes, I see that we have EdTech Live. You see that you have this all apps. When you click on it, you can find it in the all apps if it's not up here. I use it frequently, so that's why it's up here. You also have your OneDrive, and you can use this as your stopping point for all of your Office products if you want to. Okay, so we have Microsoft Stream and we have OneDrive, and I have one last thing that's related to this. When you're sharing videos in Google Forms, if YouTube is blocked for you, then this feature is not going to be available for your students. That's because in Google Forms, the only way that you can add a video is through YouTube, and that's not really that helpful if YouTube is blocked. So when you share your video with OneDrive and you want to put the link, or in the Microsoft Stream, and you want to put the link in to your Google Forms, you'll need to put it as a pasted link and not look for it through YouTube. Now, if you really like to have the video play in your Google Forms, then I have another option for you. If you're okay with Google Forms having a link within the question that they click on, then that's okay, it just pops up in a new window. And if you're happy with that, that's great. But if you really are married to this particular feature, I have another option for you. Microsoft Forms, and I only just literally found out this week, so I don't know if it's a new feature or if somehow I just missed it. But Microsoft Forms allows you to add video from YouTube and Microsoft Stream. So when I'm using it and I create my question, I can actually put it in the, I think I'm in, hold on, I'm in the wrong one. Okay, so now I'm in the editing mode. You can see the video sits in there just like the YouTube video it did in the Google Forms, but this is from Microsoft Stream. And so when I create my question and I want to be able to add, I think I have to add a question right here. If I want to be able to add a video, where's my videos? There we go. Nope. See, this is new for me, so now I'm trying to figure out where it was when I found it. Okay, let me create a new question and see if it pops up. New text. I would think it would be over here. There it is. Okay, so you click on that little icon. I'm not sure why it wasn't popping up the first time I clicked on it. You have a choice of adding an image or a video. When you add your video, you could paste in your Microsoft Stream or YouTube. So for our teachers, they would want to put the Microsoft Stream video in there. They will need to log in through Microsoft Stream using their school district's email account that they've been given, or their login password that they've been given. And it's in our case, it's our Gmail accounts that students use. It's linked to Gmail, is linked to Microsoft in that way. So they can just paste it in there, but if they're logged into the Microsoft Forms, they're also logged into the video. So they only need to log in one time. So that's an option for you that really like the video embedded into the forms. If you're okay with just being a link, because you really like the features of Google Forms, then it just pops up in a different window and the kids just close it out when they're done with it. So that's sharing with Forms and with the Google Forms. So we have now talked about different ways of sharing the video that you created on your desktop. I do want to show one more before we go on to WeVideo, which is the other way. When we create WeVideo, when we create a set of directions and you want to insert a QR code, so you create your directions, you click on insert, and now I want to click on add-ins. So when I click over here, insert, click on add-ins and get add-ins. And in the little search box, I'm going to just write QR and search. And I have a QR code. The QR for Office is the one that I usually prefer. I click on it. It works in all of your Office products, including Excel and Word. So I'll paste in my link right here. So let me go back to Microsoft Stream where I have a video with a link. Share that link, share, copy that, go back to my PowerPoint, paste that little sucker in right there, and I'm going to click insert. And now I have a movable object that I can resize. Then, wow, what did that take? Maybe 30 seconds for me to make a QR code, and I'm ready to print. So that's an option for you. So we have talked about how to share your videos that you created from your desktop. Let's look at a second way to share videos and create videos. And this is an online tool. It's still on your computer, and it's an online tool. It has an option for both free accounts and paid for accounts. All of the teachers in our district have paid for accounts, and that is through WeVideo. But WeVideo, when you first come in with your dashboard and you log in, this is what you see. I have videos made, so your first time you won't have any in there. You're going to start with a blank edit. Now, I have different projects that I can choose from. If you haven't created projects before, it's going to default with my project. You can add more projects right here. So if you want to organize things by units and topics, if you're going to use this a lot, you may want to do that. But for now, we're just going to start right here. You are going to need to either one of two things: upload a video that you've already created from your desktop, in which case you can click right here. And once your video is uploaded, you can take that video and just drop it in. Your other option that you could do is actually go ahead and screen record right here. And that's this button right here. You can do audio record only, but keep in mind that audio is limited to 10 minutes right now. But the video record, I can do webcam only, I can do screen only, and I can do webcam and screen when I do my screen record. And it really is easy. So I'm going to choose this one. I'm not actually going to do it because, again, I'm already doing a screen record with Zoom. But I just wanted you to see that once you go through that process, you can choose how you're going to record it, whether you're going to have audio or not, where is it going to come from. Then you're going to click next. You have a choice of your entire screen, and if I had other things open, you would be able to choose that. For instance, if you had a split screen, then you would be able to choose those. And then you're going to click it and share. I'm going to stop at this point because I don't want it to wreck what I'm doing right now. But those are your options. Once you're done, you can preview it, and then you can decide to keep it. Once you click OK and you like it, what it does is it materializes in your little selection of videos right here. And again, you just drag it down just like we did. So once you have your video, you have some options to do some editing. If you would like to do some editing right in here, you can add music and audio. You can fix things up. You can trim them just like in that little video editor that I showed you after you did the recording with PowerPoint. So you have the option to clean it up. But this is the powerful part of WeVideo, is how you share it. So you will finish it and you will save it. I'm not going to actually finish this video because it takes a few minutes for it to actually save and publish, and I don't want to take the time. So I'm going to show you on some that I've already done. So once you click finish and you decide whether or not that you are going to do it as an HD or an SD, it defaults to SD. So small screens, it's fine. But if you're using a big screen, you definitely want to choose HD. And once it publishes as an SD, you can't change it. You have to republish it. So I have some projects that have been exported. So once you save it, it allows you to export it. That's what they call it. They're exporting it into a published file. So I click right here, and these are all my published videos that I have. And this is a screen record that you saw in my PowerPoint earlier that I actually did use a WeVideo to WeVideo screen record when I was already screen recording in PowerPoint. I was wondering if that was going to work. It did. So I have it right here, and then I just simply downloaded it. So I'm going to click on it so you can see it. And this is what's important and why WeVideo is really kind of cool. It needs to be unlocked, which means it allows your students to view it without having to log in. Our district has it defaulted to the privacy being unlocked, but I know that can change depending on your account. You can put it straight into your Google Classroom if you're using Google Classroom. If you're not using Google Classroom and you just want a link, here's your link right here. You can paste that link, you can embed it if you choose to. If you're embedding, this is your size. This link right here does not require anybody to log in. It is probably the easiest way of sharing that we have, so students can be able to view this on any device. And it resizes when they're on a smaller device. So it's a perfect way of sharing. You can share this in any of your applications. And then once you have it and you paste it in, you can even put it in that QR code generator right here if that's what you want to do. And you're good to go. So these are, in summary, the ways that you can use video in your classroom, how to easily create video in your classroom, and then how to share, particularly if YouTube is blocked. And believe me, the irony of the fact that I'm telling you options other than YouTube is not lost, considering where we're watching YouTube right now. And I just wanted to ask you was this easy? I think it was pretty easy. What do you think? Okay, so that wraps up our third session. I'm going to stop sharing my screen for just a moment. That wraps up our third session. So going into our fourth session, we have Tony Vincent, who is going to be sharing with you how to make amazing documents, particularly with graphics, but other things too with formatting within there. So he'll be joining us in approximately 15 minutes. And if you haven't done so, you probably need to take a quick break. And while you're taking a quick break, make sure you take care of any personal needs. Now, before we wrap up, I see Todd, you came on. Nope, Todd's not on.
Yeah, I actually have a few questions for you.
Okay.
So the first one is, are you going to share out your slide deck? People were asking that.
Absolutely. This thing right here, where to go? My Sway. I am going to, that's not my Sway. There's my Sway. I'm going to be sharing this with you because I thought it would be a powerful tool. So this is the PowerPoint that I went over first. And then I'm not going to share Allison's with you because of the fact that I don't have permission to share with you, but it won't be in there because of that issue. I do have these things because these came off Twitter. I thought that might be good sharing. And then, of course, my wrap up if you want some more information. If there's other things that need to be put in there based on the chat, I can add them in there for you. So any other questions?
Yeah, one more. So there was a question on Microsoft Stream. If you use Stream, teachers and students can, or staff members can see that. Can parents see it? Can you make it to where parents can see it, or anyone outside of the district that doesn't have a CFISD login?
Sorry, the only people that can view Microsoft Stream are those that are going to be in the institution. So you cannot actually view it outside of the institution. So it's intended for students. You're not able to share outside. So OneDrive would be a better link if you want to share things with parents, or WeVideo. Keep in mind with WeVideo, it's a subscription-based kind of a product, which means I strongly recommend saving any files that you create for WeVideo in a secondary location in case you decide to move away from WeVideo. So always keep a backup of your files.
All right, that's it. Thank you, Tammy.
Okay, you're most welcome. And again, thank you for being with us today. I enjoyed presenting this for you. I hope that you found something valuable from all of this. So the attendance registration for Tony Vincent's is coming up, and that will be in both commercial and in the chat window. And before we go into session 4, we do have the last Twitter challenge, and I think we have some pretty good prizes for people that win in this Twitter challenge, and Katrina's going to take care of that. But the last Twitter challenge is CFISD EdTech Live T4, because it's the 4th challenge. So again, that link will be inside the chat. And for those of you that are registering and you're watching this on TV and not on a computer, I strongly recommend that you get on a device, whether it be a phone or your computer, so that you can submit your attendance verification. Again, you should be getting an email within a very short time after submitting that. That is confirmation that you submitted your form correctly and that your email is correct. If you don't get an email, it's quite possible that your email was entered incorrectly, and that's why you did not get a confirmation email. So make sure you check that. If you're pretty sure you did it correctly, check to see that it didn't land in your clutter or in your junk mail. So we're off to our last session, and our break is going to start right now. So I'm going to bring up your commercial. So give me just a moment to bring that up. up next is going to be Tony Vincent with his visual revamp. If you have not done your attendance verification, now is a really, really good time to do that. So go to bit.ly CFISD session 4 so that you can get your credit for attending the session. If you do not get an email confirmation, it means the form was not submitted correctly, and you may want to go back in there and resubmit it. Make sure that your email goes in the email, and make sure you verify that your email is correct so that you get that attendance verification. And we want to make sure that you get your credit when you need it. So I have Tony. Tony is joining us from Council Bluffs in Iowa. How's the weather up there in Iowa?
It's actually going to be kind of warm today, maybe like 40 degrees, 41, 41 degrees.
Yeah, okay, so I think we're a little warmer than that down here in Texas. That would be considered really cold here. In fact, that's winter here.
Yesterday we were in the 20s, so.
Oh, that's cold. And for those of you out of the United States, 20 degrees is approximately -8 or 9. So it's a little chilly up there. Okay, so he is coming to us from Iowa, and he is famous for his learninginhand.com, and that's where he is kind of honed. So feel free to check him out with what he has to share and offer. He is going to be making you understand the little ins and outs of how to make amazing documents. And I'm going to let Tony take it over from here. So all yours, Tony.
All right, thanks. Good morning or afternoon to you. Thanks for joining me here. Well, I'm calling this session Visual Revamp, and I have some slides to show you. See if I get the right desktop shared. And I am assuming that you can see my desktop.
Yes, we
if
can.
not, somebody let me know. And I'll be working within the slideshow. At the end of my presentation, I'll give you a link if you would like to get a copy of this, but it's mostly for now my working document. I'm going to be making some changes to it. So I'm gonna keep it to myself until the end of the session. So by visual revamp, I am talking about kind of redoing or making some tweaks, either big or small, to the documents we make. You know, as educators, we make a lot of stuff. Whether we like it or not, we are graphic designers. And some of us are maybe have a knack for it. I've always loved it myself. And then others, you know, we maybe just keep things simple, or we rely on things like Canva or something to help us out. I like making my own stuff because it helps my work look original. I have full control over everything that I see, and I can have the vision that I have in my head come out in the computer. So the documents I'm talking about could be slideshows, they could be social media graphics, they could be graphic organizers, flyers, handouts, anything. I want to really share with you 4 ideas that can help you. And then, well, my original premise for this session was to have some of you perhaps submit something that you wanted revamped. So I put out there a Google form asking for some submissions, and I got 0. So I am going to revamp my own slides. So here is kind of what I'm going to talk about, and I want to revamp this. I want to show you about fonts. I want to show you about arrangement, color, and images. And if you think of these 4 things while you're designing, or even after you've designed, you can make some tweaks to make your work look more professional, to make it look more polished, and to make it more personal. You can put your personal spin. Like, I see Meredith Akers is in the YouTube chat, and I immediately know when it's something from her. I can see it pass by Twitter, and she has a distinct look to her work. I'm hoping that my own work is kind of like that too, that you see something like, oh, I can tell Tony Vincent made that even if his name isn't even on it, because I can put my personal spin on my work, and so can Meredith, and so can you. So let's start first here with some fonts or so this slide here, I'm going to exit my slideshow. This is word art, and I'm working within Google Slides, but you can do similar things in PowerPoint and Keynote. And this is a word art from the insert menu. I can choose word art. I choose word art sometimes for layouts like this because I can select an object and then I can drag a corner to make it bigger and smaller without messing, I'm going to undo that, without messing with the font size. I can just drag, and that will become important a little bit later. And you wouldn't want to write whole paragraphs in word art, but for some titles or just a few words, I tend to use word art a lot because it's easy to resize. So let's start with some fonts. This is Arial, like the default font. It's pretty plain. Actually, I don't mind it that much. I'd rather have a plain font that's easier to read than a fancy font that I have to squint at and figure out what each letter is in the font. So Google has all these fonts in the font menu, and you can add more from the more fonts section here. And if you look at my font menu, I probably have way more fonts than you have in your menu. That's because I've clicked more fonts and I keep adding them as I work on documents. There are different reasons I want different fonts. For different looks, fonts can really change the mood, the tone of your document. So you want a font that kind of matches what you're going for. And for me, I'm talking about revamping, and I've kind of picked this icon of a paint roller, right? If you're revamping a room, there's some craftiness to it, some handiwork a little bit. So I want a font that maybe looks, maybe a little bit painted or slightly handwritten, but not totally handwritten. I don't know. If you're like me, I kind of have an idea of the font, but I'm not sure. Going through Google's font menu could take a long time to say, okay, well, let's try Arial Rounded. No. And let's try another. That takes forever, right? So one way to visualize what your words will look like in a font is at fonts.google.com. And this, of course, uses Google Fonts, which are freely available that you can download and install on your Mac or PC or work within G Suite. So we can see fonts here. And I see that somebody is asked, what are my favorite fonts? I don't know if I have an exact favorite. For most of my work, I use Avenir, which is just a simple font. I prefer myself plain and simple so that I can get my message across and people don't have to stare at my font forever. But I don't know if I have an exact favorite. But what I can do is visualize these fonts. So was that first one set arrangement. So I am going to type something here at fonts.google.com, arrangement, and I'm going to type it in all capitals because that's what my slide will be. My slide has all capitals too. I do that oftentimes because the perfectionist in me, but if you do all capitals for things, you have your fonts lined up on the top and the bottom. You don't have a lowercase g that hangs down and then gets in the way of something below when you do all capitals. Again, for titles, great. You wouldn't want to type a whole sentence or paragraph in capitals, but when you're doing titles, it's okay. So I go to, back at fonts.google.com, I type the word arrangement, and then maybe I want to make this font a little bit bigger. And do you see what's happening here? This is showing me a preview of all 974 Google fonts. And I could spend all day scrolling through, and it gives me a preview of my exact words that I'm looking for. It tells me the name of the font. So if we look at Roboto Slab, I can then see what Roboto Slab looks like in absolute bold, or I can try it with different weights or extra light. Not all fonts have all of those options, but it is nice to see this. But 974 fonts are too many. If I know this is going to be a title font and I want it to be a little bit maybe fancier, I go to categories, and you don't see anything that says title font here, but I do see display and I see handwriting. So I'm going to uncheck the other ones. Display fonts are kind of fancier fonts or maybe thicker fonts. They're great for titles. And then handwriting is more of like your kind of cursive fonts or things like Comic Sans. So now I can see, aha, this is what it looks like for these display fonts. I've narrowed it down to 456 fonts, which is getting better. Ooh, the shadow into light, that kind of not quite what I'm going for, but I do like this semi-handwritten, maybe painted with stencil look is what I have in mind at this point. Seriously though, when I have a design in mind, it usually changes once I do this and I see another font, it takes me in a different direction. I'm kind of passionate about this Passion 1. I think that looks, I'm really liking it. Yeah. Passion 1. So if I decide that Passion 1 is one that I really like, I don't even think I have this font installed. I'll go back to my document. I'll click this and go to the font menu and go to more fonts. I wish Google Fonts, the website, was more tied in here, and maybe it is, and I don't know, but I just type in the name of the font I was looking for. Look, Passion 1. It wasn't checkmarked. I don't even have it in my menu yet. And now, all right, I do like that. I like that a lot. So now I want maybe all of my fonts to be this one, or the one I had originally thought was this Londrina Solid. I was kind of thinking of that one too. Now that I'm going to undo and redo and then fret about this, which is not fun to watch somebody do over a webinar over which exact font they're going to choose. But okay, I'll stick with the Passion 1. I'm pretty passionate about it. I want the rest of these objects here, the word art, to also have that same font. I could select Passion 1. Luckily, Google puts it at the top when I'd like to use it. Or another thing I use often is this little tool here, the paint format option. Paint format really helps me have consistency in my designs because it makes it painless to take the format, the styling of one object and apply it to another. So all I got to do is select what I'd like to mimic. So this first one, I click the paint format tool, and then the next thing I click, it will apply the same font, the same fill color, and the same border. So let's see. You know what? I think I lied. I don't think it does font. Usually I do that for color. I'll come back to that. That's interesting. I thought it did font. Maybe it does in Keynote. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. I can select more than one thing at once. So if I draw a box over it, that's another quick way to make sure everything has the same font. Then I just want to throw this out here. There is a website called fontpair.co. And this one just uses Google Fonts, which again, I like to stick with because they're all free and available inside of G Suite documents, and you can download them and use them in PowerPoint. But they have different font combinations, and you can see what they look like. They'll give a display font and then a sans serif font or a serif font, whether they're a little bit fancier or not font, down below. So you can see what the font pairs look like. So a professional has paired them together. If you don't feel like you have an eye for it, use somebody else's eye at fontpair.co. All right, so now let's talk about arrangement. I bet many of you are worried about like this spacing is not right. You can just tell by looking at this slide, like, ooh, that was Tony threw that together and things aren't aligned. And I tell you what, probably the number one thing that I think of myself is really the arrangement. How much space do you put around items on your canvas? How are they evenly spaced with each other? Do they have consistent alignment? Those things, while we don't maybe think of them right away, they really do matter, and they lend the craftsmanship to our graphics. And I also think it's kind of like grammar, where, if you miss a comma somewhere, you miscapitalize, or there's a misspelling somewhere, people still understand what you're communicating. It's great. It's fine. But there's a little bit of something that goes on in the back of people's heads, like, oh, they put that apostrophe in the wrong spot. Maybe they make tiny little micro judgments on you. And that same thing could be happening with your visual design too. So if you can try to get the stuff right, then it's less interference in your communication, just really boosting your professionalism. So let's do a few things. I am going to select all 4 of these word art boxes, and I'm going to go to the arrange menu, which is my friend here. And let's start with align. There are some options for aligning, and those include being on the left, center, or right. And you see top, middle, and bottom too. I love that Google has added these little icons. They used to not be there, so I would try all these things and undo until I really picked the right one. These are really helpful. So I'm going to align them on the left. And it's not as dramatic when I'm zoomed in, but now you can see they are all aligned on the left. In fact, if I do a selection box, I can see right there. Yep. So good. So far, so good. Now, maybe I want to move them over a little bit, but there we go. Now, you might notice the spacing here. There's a medium-sized spacing. That's a small space there and a large space there. I'd like to even that all out. And I could try to use the alignment guides and wait and move things around. But there's something under the arrange tool that if you're not using, you're going to love this, because it's something I use, I think, every day, and that's distribute. So under arrange, I go to distribute, and I'm going to choose vertically. And that is going to evenly space out the item. So it won't move anything up or down, the top or bottom item. So it won't move. Sorry, I keep when I zoom in like that, it messes up my slides, but I think you can see better. It won't move the fonts or images up or down, but what's in the middle, it'll adjust. So everything is evenly spaced. So I go to distribute, choose vertically, and now evenly spaced. Another reason for me doing all capitals with this, the even spacing looks a little weird when you do have things like G's and P's, those letters that go below the line. So I already think we're looking much better than we did before. So that's a little bit with arrangement. And now I have this little icon. I think I want to keep it here, but I think it's handy to think of our designs as having an invisible grid where things are lined up. And I'm thinking the bottom handle of this could probably be aligned to the bottom of the word images here. So I'm going to select both things. I end up using Shift a lot. So I already have selected the paint roller here. I hold down Shift and I click Images. And that selects both things. So now images and my paint roller are selected. And I'll go to Arrange, and I'm going to align at the bottom. And that will move that paint roller down. And just see there, it just moves slightly. But now it makes that perfect line. It's nicely arranged there. So far, so good. So next on our list with arrangement there is that we're going to change some colors, perhaps. So I'd like to share with you some color tips, and really Canva has it covered. At canva.com/colors, they have 4 color tools you can use for free. You don't have to log in. There is a color palette generator where you can upload a photo and it will use the hues to create a palette. So if you are creating a flyer, let's say, and you have a picture of the recycle bin that you're making a flyer about, it will pull the colors from that photo and give you a color palette that you could use in your document. It's awesome. Then if you're starting from scratch, you don't have a picture or anything, there's the color palette ideas where you can get inspiration for color palettes and just steal their colors. There's a color tool or a color wheel to learn about color theory. And then there's also color meanings. So if you want to know, oh, this blue versus green versus red, why certain colors maybe sometimes evoke certain emotions, you can check that out at that tool. So canva.com/colors has all of these tools. And I'm going to open up the color palette ideas. All right, so they just kind of give you some of these. Each one of these is a palette. Somebody has named them. So here are Berry Blues, Retro Punch, Rosy Dew. And there are over 99 pages of this stuff. So we can find a lot of these. Sometimes you get lost. Just like looking for colors, I kind of get lost in looking for color palettes. And it's, Lauren, I'm the same way. I didn't know about this until recently. So either it's new or it just is a hidden gem from Canva, but there are so many nice color palettes here. You know, I had in mind something with like blues and yellows, and really to match the title slide that I had. But ooh, this one more of an aqua. This is called Half Lemons. And you can see the picture where Canva got the inspiration from. And then it shows me each of the colors that it gets here. And notice every time I mouse over, it says copy. So if let's try this yellow. So when I click copy, it doesn't actually copy that exact color, but it does copy what's called a hex color code. So this gold color is F7D330. You don't have to know anything about that code. Just know that that code has been copied. Then you can go to, I'm going to go to my slide here, and I'm going to go to background. And for color, you know, they have lots of colors here. I've added several custom colors as I've been working on this slideshow. But what do we have? About 90 colors here, 80 colors. And you know, there's some good yellows, but to be honest, I'm bored with these default colors. I want different colors, and I want to use that color scheme that I got from Canva. So I go to custom, and where it says hex here, just like delete what's there and paste what was copied from Canva. And now you get that exact tone of yellow through that hex code. So I click OK and I click done, and now wow. Wow, that is brighter than I expected. So let's go back to the background, and either I can go back to Canva and get a different color scheme, or I can customize this color. I'm given this color picker here, and I can change the shade, the tint, or the tone. And so that it's the brightest there. If I slide it down, it's getting a little darker. I'm thinking something a little lighter, maybe right there. I'll click OK and done. All right, I toned it down a little bit. I think that might work better for my design. Plus, this gets a little lost if that yellow is super duper bright. So I will give a disclaimer here. When I work on graphics, I am fine tuning constantly. So one of the things of doing this live in front of an audience is that I will tweak this some more. This will not be my final design that I leave you with, because that's just the nature of the way I design. I make tweaks and changes, and I usually don't have somebody watching my screen as I do it. So yeah, it is better on my eyes too, how bright it was. All right, so then, you know, black fonts are fine. Sometimes you just might consider just changing it to be not completely black, but just a shade darker, just a shade, or a shade lighter, sorry. So not total black, just a shade lighter. And I don't know if this is coming through the YouTube video or not, but that just changing it just one shade lighter from black, so it's a dark gray, really tones it down. And I think it's much more pleasant just by doing that. But I'm going to go back to Canva and just try this teal green as my font color. So I click and look, it automatically copies when I click. I'm holding my hands up so you can tell I'm not using a keyboard shortcut to copy. It's automatically copied from the web page when I click the color. So I go back here. Let's see what this is going to look like. Actually, I can do all of them at once. So I'll select all 4. I'll go to my custom fill and replace that hex code with the one from Canva. And that's not too shabby. I would like this if it didn't seem to me to clash with the blue that I have in my paint roller, right? That's it. Maybe I want the blue from this paint roller. That could be what I really want. So to copy the color from one thing to another, there are some extensions. And so I have an extension here. There's one called ColorZilla and another one called Color Eyedropper. And I'm sure there's lots of other color picker extensions you can get for Chrome. So I'll just choose this eyedropper one, and let's do the darker blue. Now I click that, and I had trouble with this earlier. Sometimes these work great on web pages, but when you're inside of a document, sometimes they don't copy so great. Let's see, it's not showing me what was selected. Let's see here, color, pick a color from a web page, right, and choose that. Let's see if it did it right. No, it did not. Let's try one more time. Oh, here's that color. I don't think it copies right or something when I'm inside a document. It's a little goofy, but I got that picked from copying it directly from the extension. And I'll go to custom. Let's paste that hex code in. No, it's still not matching. All right, it's time to bring out the reinforcements for color matching during this webinar here. I'm on a Mac, and I use this little app for Mac, and I'm sure there's something like this for Windows that's just called Drop. And instead of using an extension, it uses its own app, and it automatically copies the color and works more reliably for me than an extension. So I'm using Drop, the Drop app, to do that. And then I can put in a custom color. All right, now it matches. I like that teal, but I like that it matches the clip art I use a little bit better. So, all right, right on, not too bad. So now I like things to be visual, right? It's already visual. Fonts are a way to add visuals to your designs. Colors are a way. And the arrangement is all visuals, but then having an illustration so that quickly at a glance, you can see what something's about. And for me and for our students, and I'm sure for you, our eyes are drawn toward pictures. So my very favorite place to get icons is called thenounproject.com. Thenounproject.com, you do have to log in, so you have to create an account to download. But the Noun Project has over 2 million curated icons, and they're all black and I would say black and white, but they're actually black and clear. And these icons are immediately recognizable. They're universal, and they work great for illustrating a list of ideas like I'm about to do now. So my first idea is fonts. Let me open this up in a tab. So I am not logged in. Let me log in. So I happen to be a Noun Pro member, and for educators, they offer it for $20 a year. You don't have to have Noun Pro, but the advantage of having Noun Pro is that you can recolor any icon to any color you want, and you don't have to give attribution. If you sign in with a free account, they're going to stamp it from the Noun Project, which you can crop out and put elsewhere in your design, but you do have to credit if you don't pay. So that's the $20 is well worth it. I'm sure there's a lot of people watching on YouTube now who are Noun Pro subscribers because it's awesome. So I could type in font and see what I get here. I like, oh, that's cute. Just like we looked at fonts and colors, you can go down a rabbit hole and maybe never come up because you will keep looking for icons. And usually whatever I type in, there are dozens and dozens of icons in different styles by different artists with different thicknesses and different ideas of sharing that word that you put in for your search. So, you know, as you go further down, maybe the results aren't quite as relevant. I like the T, like it looks like a text tool. I also like a capital letter and a lowercase letter, like that one, but I think I want something solid. So all these things that are going through my head thinking about, luckily, there are several choices. Maybe this one. Let's try this one. All right. Since I am a Noun Pro subscriber, I can change it to any color I want. If you are not a Noun Pro subscriber, it'll be black, and that's not usually a problem. So I'm going to just go with black, and I'm going to download the PNG file. PNG, kind of like JPEG, but PNG supports transparency, which is what I want. If this was a JPEG that I would download, it would have a white box around it, and it would really clash with my design. So I don't need it to be 1200 pixels. I'll say 512. All right, I'm going to download this PNG. It goes to my desktop. And then back here next to fonts, I gotta see my desktop slightly. There we go. I just drag and drop it into my design. You can see it there. And I shrink it. Then it can be a little icon next to fonts to represent fonts. This one's interesting in that it has a lot of white space around the outside. Usually they don't have that much white space. All right, so that's okay. I would probably pick a different one because I'd like to have it more separated from the text there. So the color difference is a good one, but we'll come back to that. Then I have, where's the next item on my list? Arrangement. So I could type in arrangement and let's see. Ooh, we have some good things that could visually represent arrangement. And if I don't find something exactly there, I might change the wording slightly. You know how to do this with a search, and just type arrange, because maybe the illustrator who submitted it to the Noun project typed arrange as a keyword, but not arrangement. Oh, so many good choices. Okay. Tony, people are watching you. Just pick one. Okay, I want something with showing movement on the page. All right, arrangement. I'm just going to pick this one. Now, I could draw this myself with a few rectangles, but it's already drawn for me here, so I'll pick that. Then back on my slide, I can drag this in. So another advantage of Noun Pro, paying that $20 a year for Noun Pro Educator, is that you can have access to an add-on for Google Slides. So you don't have to do what I'm doing where you download it to your desktop. You can actually do it within the add-on here. So I think I have that add-on right here. The add-on doesn't work great if you're not a subscriber. You'd have to use that first method. All right, now we'll look for color. We'll find a black and white icon about color. But the nice thing here is that I can click and just click insert from the add-on, and it just does it from that panel. And I don't have to toggle between those two tabs. All right, I am watching my alignment here so that my icons align in the center. Okay. And the last one, images. Since it's plural, I want one that represents more than one image. And if that doesn't do it, I could type in pictures and see icons that are tagged that way. And like, I like this one, but it doesn't visually go with the others. The angles are a little sharper. These are a little softer. So these are things I think about when I'm looking for icons. Do they kind of match in the same style? And I'll just, again, I just got to pick something because there are people watching me do this. So I'll just pick this one and drag it down. I think that color one could be a little bigger. There we go. Tara, you said you'd still be deciding on the font. Okay, so you guys have some empathy for me. Thanks. So there, I've now added some icons. Maybe the spacing, I could move these over a little bit. I'll use the arrow key to move that over. And speaking of the arrow key, by the way, if I move the arrow once, you can probably see that jump on your screen. It makes a pretty big jump. If I hold down Shift and do the arrow, you probably can't see it move very much because it's moving 1 pixel at a time. So Shift plus arrows are a way to get something in an exact spot. And then if you just do the arrows, they make bigger jumps. All right, not too shabby. There are some things I can do, particularly if you, again, just have the free noun project. You could do something like this, like, I want this a different color. I really do. Well, you could change it to one other color if you're working within Google Slides. If you're in PowerPoint, you have a few more options with black only icons. If I choose recolor over here, it's recoloring black with other shades, which all look like black, except for there's something here and you can't tell what color this is because it's white. But I'm going to choose that. And now my icon is white. So if you are using the free version of the noun project, you can have black or you can have white by doing that recolor. So I'll do it again. I'll do it to this one too. I go to Format Options with the icon selected. I go to the Recolor panel, and then they're all black, but actually this one right here is white, but you can't tell that it's white until you click it, and now they're white. So I think the black shows up better on this background, but if I had a darker background, then the whites would look good. And I kind of like every other one. You know, I'm just going to try this. I'm going to toy with something. I'm going to change these white ones to have a drop shadow. And that's also in the Format Options panel. And that drop shadow makes them pop out a little bit. So if they do need to be on a light color, I'm not hating this. I think I'll keep it. I think I'll keep it that way. Kevin, the noun project will change your life. It's changed mine. Having that library of pictures that I can throw into any document at any time is really awesome. Particularly if, whether you're using the free version or not, the copyright information is included right on that image. So I'm going to take a side trip for a moment and just show you this. So I use the noun project kind of as bullet points to illustrate my 4 main topics. But there's something else you could use. You could use emojis as bullets. And of course, I have a bulleted list here that you can read about why maybe emojis could work that way. You type emojis like you would type text. And so I'm a big fan if I have a list of something. And if you follow me on Twitter, I'm always doing this on Twitter. If I list something, I have an emoji that represents each item in the list. So if one little change here, check this out. There we go. Now I've given it some illustration. It provides visual interest. This list will probably be more memorable because there is a picture to match each one. Now, I like using the noun project better because honestly, there are 2 million noun project icons and there are only about 3,000 emojis, which sounds like a lot, but there's really not an emoji for everything. So that's where I put shows thought and understanding to pair ideas with emojis, because sometimes the emoji you put there might be a stretch. So there's not an exact emoji to illustrate what you're trying to show. But if you're sending out emails to parents, colleagues, students, and you have a list, think about typing an emoji first and then typing that item and making your list more visual. So Dorothy asks, how do I know the right emoji to use? I'll show you my trick. I use emojipedia.org. This is an encyclopedia for emojis. So if I really wanted something like thinking, I want a thinking emoji, it's going to then show me there's thinking face, and it gives the official description. There's thought bubble, and then I don't know why thinking would be associated with a receipt or a memo. Light bulb, that could work too. So at Emojipedia, what's great is if I want this thought balloon, I can click it, and then there's this copy button. And if I click this copy button, it's copied just like text. So then I can paste it anywhere that I would type. The other thing Emojipedia does, by the way, is it gives you images of each. Emojis look different on different platforms. So this is what it looks like on an Apple device. That's what it looks like on a Google device. So you can see they're drawn a little bit differently. And then I will tell you too, this is a weird thing with Google Slides. Let's see if this happens to me. When I go full screen, all of those show up. There are some emojis when I go full screen in Google Slides that they don't work right. So sometimes instead of copying the emoji, I actually copy this image. So I can right click, choose copy image, and then paste that as a picture instead of a typed emoji. If your emojis are showing up weird, if you try to print or sometimes if you PDF them, the emojis get weird, then take the image instead of typing the emoji. The toilet emoji came up for something that was not related when you searched. Nice. Yeah, I don't know the search results. I don't know how they come up with that. But Emojipedia is handy, particularly if you're looking for something. I was using an emoji that I thought was a good one for like, you did a great job. It's this star that has this trail behind it. And I thought, oh, that's cool. Until I found out it meant dizzy. And then I'm thinking somebody with a screen reader, or they just know what this means. Like, oh, you're not making me dizzy. You're making me think what you're doing is awesome. Maybe awesome with dizziness. But anyway, Emojipedia is a handy tool for visuals as well. Then, okay, so I think I'm on the right track here. I want to add one more thing for visual interest. And this is something, maybe I overuse this a little bit, and I probably shouldn't show you. I should keep this for myself, but I'm going to show you anyway. I like these rays that come out from the back. It adds some visual interest. And so I get the rays of light from the Noun project. And from the Noun project, this rays of light is actually submitted by the designer as public domain. And that means that you can use this piece of artwork without attribution. And because it's public domain, you can actually recolor it without having a Noun Pro account. I'm not going to recolor. I'm just going to get the black one, but and I'll download the PNG. Actually, I am going to recolor it. This will save me time as I see time is ticking away. I'm going to download the white version as a PNG. And this is a trick I use all the time. I love this. So go back. I'm all over the place here. Rays of light. That's what you search for in the Noun project. Search for rays of light. I've downloaded it as a white icon. And I'm going to bring it onto my canvas. Now, I should have downloaded it as a higher resolution, and the perfectionist in me will not let this happen. So I'm going to re-download it as the much higher, the highest resolution possible. Nothing but the best for you. Nothing but the highest resolution. All right, so I know this doesn't look like much, but I'm going to zoom out, and I'm going to stretch it. This icon looks fine when it's stretched, or it can go off the canvas. if you're printing this or presenting from it, nobody will know that it extends so far off your canvas. And I can center it if I want, or maybe I want it coming from my paint roller. I can decide that. I'll just center it for now. And go to arrange. I'm going to send this to the back. That's a little much, right? That's a little much there happening. I want it to be subtle. So I'm going to go to the format options, and under adjustments, I can make it partly transparent. So I'm going to drag this over until it has the amount of subtlety that I am thinking of. Maybe right there. I don't know how that comes through on YouTube, but on my screen, I think it looks pretty good. If I go to full screen so you can check it out. There we go. So thinking about fonts and arrangement and colors and the images you use can really help you add that polish and that personality to what you are trying to accomplish. And I see the rays of transparency is pretty fun. Yeah. Toning it down is important. But then if you go to the noun project, if you look at a lot of designs, particularly on my Instagram, you can see I like to have different backgrounds. I'll use circles or squiggles and just put them in the background and make them mostly transparent. So like I will show you, wow, I had a lot more things. This one, for using pick font for making curved text. It's a website that's great for that. And to more illustrate the curved text, I have circles in the background, and they are a partly transparent white. So they kind of blend in. So that's a little bit about visual revamp. I have so much more about visuals and things I've learned over the years. I do offer online workshops, and some people in the YouTube chat have mentioned these. Classy graphics I've been teaching for a couple of years, and I'm offering it this summer. There's Classy Creations, which is brand new, where we'll take advanced graphic design work and apply it to instructional materials that teachers make. It'll be fun. And then I have a videos class too. All these are not a webinar. I record and edit the videos because I'm so much better when I'm edited. I can take out all this time where I'm trying to decide on this or that and narrow it down. So if you want to learn more about this stuff, check that out. Or one more thing, this is my big project. It's my life now, is shapegrams.com, where I will teach your students how to become digital drawers. So you see these pictures along the bottom. They actually recreate these using shapes.
I won't know how you look, so you probably don't want to come in until the...
And they learn so much. I start out simple, and we learn about color, we learn about shape, we learn about implied lines and shadows. And by the end of the year, and I did this with my 5th graders last year, they were incredible digital designers. It was neat to see. I have, just as an example, like this was all drawn in Google Drawings, which also you could draw in Google Slides, just from those shapes. So if you start thinking of the world as shapes, you don't need the noun project if you have all the time in the world, because you could draw your own stuff. It's empowering, and I'm having a blast teaching kids all over how to be digital drawers through shapegrams.com. The first 3 are free. You can even make this ice cream cone. It's set up where there are some design tips. There's a video from me, so I do the teaching for you. And then there's some extension activities too that have to do with the picture. So maybe in the future here, you will have a little Tony Vincent on your shoulder telling you, hey, remember the colors, or let's make this more visual. Those 4 things that we talked about, fonts, arrangement, color, and images, can make a big difference.
Hey, Tony, thank you so much for being with us today.
My pleasure.
I have to say that I think emojis are going to be my new favorite bullet points.
Emojis, yeah, make it visual.
Yeah, Manny will love you for that too, because that's his thing as well.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you for sharing your talents with us today and being with us. I appreciate the time that you spent to share these tools with us. and for doing it on your time. So that's awesome that you've been here with the day. So what do you think about coming back another time and joining us?
Yeah, this is fun. And well, I really do like the chat that's going on. Like there were lots of things. Somebody found an urban dictionary for emojis. It's frustrating as a presenter because I want to know what all you guys are talking about in that chat room, but I can only glance every once in a while. So now I'll go back and read it. But thanks you guys for sharing stuff in that chat.
That chat has been pretty amazing today. And thank you, participants, for being with us both in the chat room and in watching us. I hope you found things that were something, the tech tools that you can take away. And with digital citizenship, maybe we can view that in a different light. So we have our EdTech crew here, and we're missing Todd, but we have our EdTech crew here. We want to say hi to all of you and let you know that we're here with you. So they're coming in. So this is our crew. There we go. Hi. We're missing Todd. Not sure where Todd went, but thank you again. We look forward to seeing you on January 25th. And I wanted to share with you the event on January 25th. That is our next EdTech Live. We have some great things lined up for you on that day, including part 2 on creating your own videos, this time using a document camera, specifically the HoverCam. We're also going to be sharing with you robotics in the classroom. We have a teacher that uses robotics in his classroom. He's going to show you how to do that. And we have digital notebooks using Google. I think that one's going to be of high interest. And lastly, classroom management using technology tools and how that all works together. So we look forward to seeing you all back here on January 25th.